Hello, everybody. Sorry, I was stuffing a burrito in my face. A couple minutes late. But burrito eaten in front at the beginning of a very busy day. Had to happen real quick. We got a lot going on today. All right. Burrito devoured, root beer drank. Hello, everybody. No, these are frozen burritos. These aren't the good burritos, or I should say, these aren't the better burritos. The better burritos. In about 56 minutes, Binwin won't be available to unlock to anybody who doesn't own him. But right now, his kit should be available. We're gonna hop in. We're gonna maybe glitch in the mortuary. Yeah, we're gonna continue to do. This is the new account. We're gonna continue to do things just to try to earn gems. As quickly as possible. Which doesn't mean it's going to be, quickly at all, but get these in, leveled up, get some music going. We'll check out what's going on in chat. We got Reddit Q&A today, which feels like, isn't that off? Like, I thought it was week 3 that they did Reddit Q&A. I don't know. But it's a new year. Maybe it's a new way of doing things. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just forgetting because I haven't seen Reddit Q&A since last year. Because that's a joke we now can make. That's a joke we can now make. All right, hold on. All right. Hello, J-Dog, BS, XF, VW, Luca, Star Chaser, Mango, Corn, Delcoon with 65 steps across the quad. Pravamarco, Lee, C-Lob, hello. Really sent me a buy one, get one deal, so I might be getting some burritos too. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Hydrate. Hello, Mr. Ball. Hello, Amiibo. All right. Okay. What did I forget to do? I forgot to put, I forgot something. I forgot to come over here. Craft a speed potion. Use said speed potion. There we go. Hello, Sarah. I've been watching you for a few years, never said a happy birthday. Oh, it's been a while, but thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's check out the Reddit Q&A before we dive into Binwin. Because Binwin's going to be very distracting. I mean, nothing in the main post. Wow, like absolutely empty main post. Okay. So far, nothing that's new. Okay, nope. Oh wait, no, that was then it was an ad. I thought it was the top. Nope, they put ads in the middle of these. Apparently there will be regular without a hitch streams. But they're finalizing their schedule. That's the only new information so far that I'm seeing. Yeah, no set return date for Dev Insights yet. Keep an eye on server issues. That's a, jeez. Yeah. Good Lord. Okay. Well, no, that's everything. So nothing really. Nothing that I'm interested in. It is not my birthday. All right. Thank you for the lizard, Delcoon. No, it's not my birthday. My birthday's in October, but they were just commenting. They haven't commented in chat before, and that is fine. People can wish people happy birthday all year round. It's fine. But thank you, everybody. Gorda says we should not read anything into the extended drought of Dead Insights, right? Well, look, it's all you should read into that is that it is the start of a new year, and everything about scheduling gets screwed up. Like, I mean, you know, that's about all you can read in that I would read into it at the moment. Like they just said that in the Dev Insights or in the Q&A, Reddit Q&A, they said they're getting their streaming schedule finalized for this year. So they don't even really know what streaming is going to look like yet. Yeah. All right, let's throw this code in. All right, BS. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, this is kind of cruising at the moment. We need to bring up my other client. We will put this one in picture, maybe? Yes. That is what I want. All right, and then this one comes this one. Fame rewards, convert. Over here. Okay. Go away. All right, let's go to Tomb of Annihilation, Ring of Regeneration, instantly freak out because I forgot to turn off my Modron core, and it's going to load everything in automatically every time. Every time. Okay. Yes, I have an unclaimed daily reward. I know. All right, there we go. Okay, Binwin. Bronze bottom. C3. C3. His rework is in already. He will not be available for the event for another 40-something minutes. But his rework has already been pushed. Okay. Plume Bomb, does anybody know if the new codename... right as we get an ad. The new codename card game is strictly a co-op game, or if you can play it solo. It felt like, from what I watched, that it's a co-op game. I don't know. Felt like that to me. Didn't feel like a single-player game. I don't know that it has a story. Right? Like I think it's just go do silly things. Oh, Monastic says it can be played solo. I don't know what the point of that is, though. I guess. Yeah, I mean, it even says a co-op delivery game, so. Oh, but then they say solo 2 to 4 play. Okay, whatever. Okay. I guess you can play it solo. I don't know what the purpose of that is, but hey, go try it out. The playtest is open, I believe. For a little while longer. Should have checked Trivago. Jesus, Death Clown. Yeah. So meta, I could use a guy. I could use a guide on how to get Crux and get keys. I put my link to my guide in there, but I want to be very clear. It's one of those that you can't just. There isn't a straightforward answer to. There's just strategies for. You do have to have a strong and like a well-developed account with well-developed speed champions to be able to do the kind of powerful speeding that it's going to need to get you through it. Okay, this is. We use this. Oh right. I remember. We're in Turn of Fortune's Wield, so none of this matters. Now I went as far as I could with the pushing team. Now I got to bring in the. Wait, that's not it. Who the? Oh. Who didn't get added in? Farlock. Hey, Maxie. But yeah, so apparently Without a Hitch can be played solo. I don't understand how it can be played solo, but hey, go try the playtest. Sign up for the playtest and go enjoy it. I have not tried it. It did not look like a me thing, but that doesn't mean we won't. Doesn't mean we won't try it at some point. Probably. Just means that it hasn't happened yet. Okay, back. Sorry, I was leveling people up. Okay. Therefore, Briv's speed jump feat for 4 and 9 are separate things. They can't stack. No, because it either locks you to 4 or it locks you to 9. It doesn't. This is the thing, Therefore, it doesn't raise you to 4 and to 9. It lowers you to 4 and to 9. So, in that understanding, there's no way they could go together. Yeah, it's a limit. So. Must have all asked if I need blacksmithing contracts of better quality than common. Is opening gold chests in the shop feasible, or should I use the notary feature? I'm trying to understand why you would need that. Like Strahd, maybe for unlocking Strahd, you could combine them in the notary. Like if you were getting the smalls, you could combine them into. If you were getting these, you could combine them into these. Oh, well, if you were getting these, well, no, Strahd wants these. I don't know why you need bigger ones. But yes, you could come over here if you wish, and just go, hey, and turn them in. Like, I still think you buy chest contents, and then you just, if you want higher stuff. Like, I tend to, this is my main account, folks. For those of you who haven't seen my main account before, I tend to just convert up until they're all in this legendary status. Yeah. I want to get the best from blacksmith. Then you just do chest contents, but these are all straight 1-to-1 conversions. So it doesn't matter if you're popping tons of these or leveling them up to one of those. They're still gonna get you. It's still gonna randomly distribute. Yeah. So it shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Why don't I have the notary? You do. You absolutely do. Everybody has the notary. From this time they start the game, everybody has the notary. Chain code. You click on inventory, you make sure you're on all, and at the bottom left, you can click notary and you'll be here. What you won't have access to, what everybody doesn't have access to is this page. There is, if this is grayed out, you hover over it, it'll tell you what you have to do to get access to it. But everybody has access to the notary and the apothecary. Like you can get to the apothecary from the potion manager, you can get to the apothecary again from all and down here at the bottom right. Those features are available to everybody. They just aren't, the notary isn't super useful if you're not like a late game and beyond player for the most part, until you open that second tab. That's in the mid game roughly. You'll open that second tab and then that second tab is useful. Yeah. Okay. Bin win. We're bin it to win it. The bin win rework. It's time to put on makeup. Does everybody know there's going to be a new Muppet Show? Like there's a Muppet Show special coming in February, and I'm so excited. Like actual Muppet Show, the OG Muppet Show. Ah, I hope everybody loves it, and they bring it back all the time. Okay. We've got all the feats removed, so we got straight up. He's got the crits. It's like he's the Arby's of crits. He's got the crits. Let's level him up. See what else he's got. See what else he's got. Oh, I forgot to hang it. Oh no, I already did all that. Okay, we're fine. Okay, we're just gonna go all the way up. Do you want overkill? No. That would screw things up at the moment. Adjacent champions. Yeah, probably this one. Increasing. Oh, that increases zone damage, but sure. Hey, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin this for me. Look, when the problem that, so I tried to watch the new Muppet Show when they redid it. Because if you don't know, they did a Muppet Show and it wasn't good. It was like, it wasn't the original Muppet Show. It wasn't the stage and the audience and like, you know, and the special guest. It wasn't that. It was this other weird thing and it was bad and it went away and it deserved to go away. This is the stage and the guest and the backstage, and this is everything that it's supposed to be, everything the original Muppet Show was, and that I am here for. So that I will give a shot. That I mean, I gave the other one a shot because I was like, okay, more Muppets, but you know, this could bring back. This could bring back. Was that Muppets Tonight? No, this was something. Hold on, this was more recently. I thought. It was just called The Muppets, I think. Right? Yeah. Maybe. No, maybe not. Hold on. I'm trying to find out. No, there was another. There was a The Muppets. There was another The Muppets. Yes. 2015. Yeah. It was done like a sitcom instead of like the original Muppet Show. All right. Anyway. Oh, Plume Bob, the apothecary is game changing. Yeah. Apothecary is game changing. The notary is just it's for late game and beyond, like being able to just convert directly. Like if you've got thousands of these, which is usually the case, you know, like, well, here, let's do this. So I have 5.69 million gems sitting here. So if I go to the notary and I go to chest contents, I just straight up, instead of having to open chests, I just do this. It's going to get me champion feats. There are any that I don't own. because it guarantees champion feats. So we'll get the 2 new ones for Benwin. And it gets me tons of other stuff, but it just goes straight into blacksmithing contracts and reagents. Should have also gone straight into... Oh, I got straight to snowflakes. So I went straight to event tokens instead of having to deal with these. But if I had earned tons of these from like opening other chests, I could just go turn these straight into snowflakes if there's thousands of them. And then I can do whatever I want with these, right? Like I can convert these up to make it easier to use. Some people like to leave them there. Some people convert all the way down. I always go all the way up. I don't know, I like the smaller number of things. Like this. No, there's not enough to get there now. Yeah. But it just makes so I just dealt with 5.69 million gems like that, right? Instead of having to open chest after chest after 1,000 chests at a time. Like, so nice. So nice for late game and beyond, right? I don't think I saw the Electric Mayhem show. I wanted to, but I don't think I actually sat down to watch it. Frick is a new player here. Welcome to the game. So Hitch, whom I did not get. So, you tried to change the email. Submit a ticket. It's down here at the bottom right. There's the question mark button. Just click it. Go OK, and then through that browser, submit a ticket. Tell them that you submitted. You tried to get the newsletter. You didn't get Hitch. You're not getting the newsletters, and they'll try to figure out what's going on. But also, yeah, the first thing to do is check your email and see if it's going to a spam folder. It does that a lot. Oh, hey, we completed things over here. Well, I'm not getting anything done on Bitcoin. Stop making noises. You know what? When is our 22 minutes for our trials run? You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna go to Sword Coast. Man, you know what? Yeah, we're doing this thing. I'm gonna go turn these off, and we're gonna make a gem farm to run in the background while I'm doing this because I can't. My mind is drawn in too many directions today. Let's get rid of that one. Let's go over here. I'll close this one. Okay. We're going to do like a speed / scavenger party, I think. We're going to do it in Mad Wizard just because I want to. So Mad Wizard. I think it's going to look a little something like this. Hit it. We want these. Don't put Briv in these. So don't do that, folks. We're going to have you. We're going to have you. Yeah, this is bad. The question is, do I want these out? I want these out. Yeah, okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We did. We did. Yeah. We're our exact minimum. Oh no, wait, I thought I had one. Oh no, we haven't earned that one yet. So yes, it's good that we came here. Okay. So. Nope, this is the new gem farm. We're going to put this up here. We're going to change this to gem farm. I'm going to set... Oh no. I'm not leveling up click damage. So yeah, it's not going to be a true gem farm. Let's set it at 150 and let it go. Okay, now I can ignore it. Okay. Ben win. Ben it to win it. let's take a look at everything he's got going on. So, I think I need to put him in there. Yes. 575 attack speed means it's actually 6 seconds. Now, remember, you actually kind of want Binwin to attack slowly. Because of the way his kit works, right? You want other people attacking before he does, as much as possible. Now, 147 seconds plus 48. Why would it be 196? That doesn't. What? Barrel roll seems. I'll have to get that from information from someone else. Okay. That seems off. Okay. Extra attacks. Binwin gains bonus. Okay, let's go through all this. Self-damage, who doesn't matter because it's based off seat. It's not something that it's not a flat number you can compare to other champions. Binwin gains a bonus attack when he gains the next time he attacks. So Binwin gains a bonus hit when an adjacent champion attacks. This is why you want him to have a slow attack speed. Next time he attacks, he consumes his bonus hits to deal additional hits to the enemy he attacks. If his target dies and Binwin still has bonus hits, he'll jump to a new enemy if one's on the screen. Unused bonus hits are lost when his attack ends, and this caps at 10 stacks. So that's exactly what we got in the newsletter, or in the thingamajigger. The blog post. Told you my mind is going today. Global DPS upgrade 5.9 EO6. Ugh. Here's the thing. He's not a support. He's not even supposed to have that. So I'm a little confused as to why they gave him damage all champions. He's not supposed to be in as a support. This is a support upgrade. If his damage comes in a little low, I'm going to blame it on this because these could have all been self-damage upgrades and would have ended up being adding much more than this to his main damage. Okay, extra damage. Here we go. Each subsequent hit Binwin does during the same attack deals a % more damage, and it's a number that varies. This is the one I was saying. This one needs to be a pre-stack for him to have a chance. Guess what it is, folks? It's a pre-stack. He's got a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. It's a Dumb and Dumber chance, but it's still a chance. Okay. Okay. The support upgrades be holiday bugs? I doubt it. There's too many of them. If it was just one or two, there's too many there. Okay. Okay. The max bonus hits could be 10. That would be an E29% more damage. With the max crit combo at 15, it's E44. When did they start giving us these numbers? Why would this is everything we've ever wanted? All I ever wanted. All I ever needed. Yeah. Where? Why? Yes, please. Thank you. Now I hope Binwin's rework is good because this part of it we want to be very positive about. This part we want to be very positive about. E44 on 1,000 item levels feels mech. Come on. Come on. This is a bonus. This is a bonus. Self-damage. This is a DPS's self-damage. This isn't a support buff. I don't... Alright. Well, we'll see. We'll see what he throws down. I'll compare him to like my Karlach and my Kazran, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because those are the only ones I care about comparing him to. Lingering damage. This upgrades. Okay. Takes this one. It feels a little... This one I'm actually worried about. While Binwin is your bud setting champion, he attacks but doesn't kill the enemy. The enemy takes another percentage of the damage it took over the next 5 seconds. Because it's not listed as bud-based damage, I'm worried that it's not actually going to register. We had this issue with Delina. It does register, but it's pointless. Like telling his dot is pointless because it's not bud based. So I'm worried that this one's going to be pointless too, but yeah, I really am. That one feels meh after seeing bud based stuff like Windfall, right? This one is I don't know. We'll see. Dwarven Encouragement. Benwin encourages the champions adjacent to him to attack more frequently, reducing this is the spec choice I took. The base cooldowns by 2 seconds and buffing his own damage by 2300%. There's an item for that, that's why. But it's critical combo, yeah, crash and smash. These aren't, yeah, none of that changes. Okay. 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 I mean, I can compare him to King of Shadows too. That's fine. Well, no, I kind of can't because then we'd have to do a really deep run. I don't really want to do that. Okay, so I mean, his kit looks like we expected. For the most part, we do get the pre-stack on extra damage, which is the one I said he'd need to have a chance, even just a chance at being a solid DPS. So they gave us a chance. Let's look at his other specs. This because the number here is a flat number, it's not pre-stack. So the item affects this post-stack. Kind of what I expected. This one does affect pre-stack, but it's an additive stack. So 1,000 item only takes it up to 23%. But let's see. We're going to turn it on and we're going to see if he gains any overkill while sitting here. The max is EO9. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I think that's a math thing. We're not getting any overkill stat. So the problem that we thought would happen is happening. And that's that if you're killing with click damage, you don't get any overkill. That's a big... Okay, so let's hide these, and let's see. Oh, okay. Stacks up real quick though once you turn off the click damage. But I mean, it's an additive stack, so you hit this number real quick, so you're gonna get EO4 easily. And then you're going to have to sit here for a while to get anything more. Right. It is a double. His base attack is a double attack. Wait, hold on. It looked like that for a second. No, it's just a single. He must have crit. That's what happened. Okay. Yeah, they didn't give him the good crit feat. That's too bad. So we can get him up to 1 in 3 crit chance. We would buff extra damage. Let's favorite. Nope, that's not what I wanted to click. We will unclick that in a second. Oh. Free lingering damages is disappointing. I want this one. And it's locked behind. Oh, it's cash shop. No? Maybe? Yes, it'll be a cash shop fee. He's not one for the Holy Trinity. No. That's the problem. That's why I was upset that they kept this mechanic in. Yeah. Because that's, that's not what you want to, not what you really want to see. He doesn't want to be sped up. And other people being sped up is... I mean, the feet boosted this pre-stack as well, so, I mean, not the worst. It'll be interesting to see what these numbers look like at 10,000 item levels. 7,000 overkill stacks got us to EO5. So, I mean, you could stack him up here, but you know, if you, it's one of those. This overkill is one of those situations where if you're like on the last boss of a variant, you don't have the damage, you drop back to area 1, you switch over to overkill, and you try to let it stack and get you there. Full shiny. I am. Wow. I don't have full shiny. I don't have a shiny on lingering damage or the cooldown, but I am shiny on the others, so so it'll be a fairly decent comparison. All right. What do we want to test? I want to try to build a group with him. I mean, I mean, this is an interesting. I mean, just looking at him right now, he's E150s on his own, and that's without any of his extra damage, right? That he's gonna get. So if we take him out and we throw in like King of Shadows, who isn't gonna have his ramp up stuff. Well, I won't be able to get him into his prime thing anyway. So this is pointless. I don't know why I'm doing this. Yeah, we need to see how well he gets stacks. King of Shadows already 178, and I'm not in his DPS. He's not in his DPS phase. So the King of Shadows already coming out stronger than King of Shadows without his any stacks is stronger than Benwin without any stacks. But again, they both don't have stacks. Let's look at well, I mean, Kazrin's not gonna. Kazrin without stacks. Well, I mean, let's take a look. Just pick one. And then we're gonna have, well, it's not as high as King of Shadows, but it wouldn't be because Kazrin on her own has none of her powers. I'll let it sit there for a hot second. How's our gem farm doing? We're up to 28. We're at 28,000 gems right now. I forgot to check when we started. We're shooting for 50 so that we can get the final. We can get the Almirage. Yeah, Kazrin's just gonna not do anything for a while here. Frida also. I mean, her damage is based off retribution, to be honest. Not her actual hits from her kit, so I don't think she's gonna pop off anytime soon either. What should I buy in the Thane Enclave? I usually support pigments. But that does remind me, I don't think on this account that I bought stuff from the Thane Enclave last time, so let's go take a look and see if there's anything I need. Blue Sheen, no. Windfall, no. Lark, yes. This is a pre-stack golden epic for the fallbacks affiliation bonus, so that's a yes for me, dog. Calliope skin, I mean, if you want, but you know, that's obviously just fully optional. I mean, if you're a War Duke main, you'll know if you want that or not. This is a no for me. This is a yes, because it's if you have Skilla, it's the only feat in the game that ups 2 stat scores by 1 each. I'll take that. I'll take that right away. But remember, like, you could wait on these. They'll eventually be available for gems just right now. This is a good one for Minthara. I'm going to go ahead and pick that one up too. Just makes part of her ability accessible at lower stacks, so you get more of the power quicker. I like that. This is a no. That's a no for me. This would be a good one. Int +2 lets Calliope qualify for Strahd, but that's only if you wanted Calliope for Strahd. I can wait on that one, so I wouldn't buy it right away even if I had more stuff. So I think right now that's what I would get. Like those are the things I would buy. I'll end up when I get to 10,000. Again, I'll buy this Cozy Calliope skin just because I've got a lot of these on this account. But like on the new account, I went all pigments. Basically, I got that Lark Golden Epic, and then I got tons of pigments. So disappointment. Oh, that's a 1 in 3 out. That's disappointment. Anson chest. Sure. Take those. All right. Have we? What's his El Mirage? Al Mirage. Sorry, the captions won't spell it correctly. Oh, I can't. It's on the other. Here. Here, right here. It's this familiar. The Al Mirage. It's like a bunny. It's a unicorn bunny. That's Blue Toric. That's the next familiar I need on the new account. The Al Mirage. Yeah, War Duck. We call him War Duck because there's a skin there where he's literally a duck. The E is silent. War Duck. Yeah, War Duck's a champion. We're still not down to where Farita's doing damage. We've decayed down to the 150s, so wow. There's a Bardic Inspiration song for War, like Ode to Warduke as well. If you haven't heard it yet. Wow. This is just, I should have put like some speed potions in or something. What is it? Oh, it says under her feet she's going to be in the 144s. I never trust that, but let's just go. Hey, where were you? It says 147. Kazrin says 161. So Kazrin's like reads by the game as if she's going to be, oh yeah, and she is 161. Okay, so those are pretty accurate at the moment without anyone else around them. So Kazrin at 161. King of Shadows was in the 170s. Binwin was like 147. Farita's 144. So Binwin's coming out of the gate a little stronger than Farita just for base, but not without everything else built up. So if we surround Binwin, like what would be Binwin's best party? He wants people that are fast attackers, but you need strong buffs too. You know, I mean, I'm gonna do my standard fare. I'm gonna go Esmeralda, because let me tell you, an Esmeralda comboed with a Binwin seems like it would absolutely destroy armor segments. Let's say Lae'zel. The issue we're gonna have here is like, does Lae'zel end up stronger than Binwin? That would be bad. Is it on YouTube? I don't know. Was it in? Hold on. Is it in one of the produced ones? I guess I should have just looked over here. I think it's just a Twitch clip. I'll have to try to get it for you. Binwin on the edge and the rest next to Whittle for no, because Whittle has a buff. You can't use any of the people that buff. This is the problem, FBexel, is you can't Whittle. You want Whittle's buff. Why would you just not give someone a buff? And champions like Whittle and Strongheart buff the people that they also reduce the attack speed of. So it screws everything up. You can't use those types of champions with him. Binwin unlocks in 13 minutes. No, Binwin is available in the event in 13 minutes, but I've owned him since year 1, so. Okay, let's say Karlach. Karlach doesn't have a fast attack speed, but it's faster than Binwin's. Let's say Karlach support. We'll say like a Miria. Sure. You know who we really want is like a bird song. Bird song would be bird strong for Binwin. Bird song attacks so fast. He's lawful good, so we go here. We could still melee. We can still do Duke Ravengard for the melee buffs. There's nothing wrong with that. We just might. Oh. Do we try to will this? No, we can't. He has no affiliation. Dang it, because there's Dwarf and Barbarian Fighter, but no affiliation. But that could get us to 3. We might have to try to will Binwin. Hey, Traylon. Okay. We might have to try to will Binwin. Who else? We're gonna need a tank. Do we just do Riv? Kind of be standard tank. So Yorvin, yes. The Bunny Beast. For sure. Can Barrowin do stuff that might help him? But not anymore. So the combo used to be Pwent, Binwin, and Barrowin. Because you'd slow down the attack speed of Binwin. And then Barrowin would add tons of hammer stacks. I mean, I'll look, but I don't think that's... I think that's how her kill works. I don't know. No, it's equal or higher base attack cooldown. Yeah, it's not the same thing anymore. She used to add hammer stacks, and she doesn't do that anymore. Which doesn't mean you couldn't use her in this situation. It's just not. It's not what you might be remembering. They were like the dynamic duo for a long time. Okay, we use like Vlithrin. We use like Vlithrin. Okay. So in this situation, I mean, we go crit chance for a standard one. So that could ramp Binwin up to like basically 100% crit chance. Get off here. Ow. Al Mirage. Name's Al. Okay. Karlach's the one doing all the damage. Look, here's the problem. I've got so many legendaries on Karlach. So maybe I find somebody other. Oh, no. He did it. 560s. He landed a 560 smack. Here's the thing. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, this is about 6 stacks. We need somehow to get him to like 15 is the problem. Yeah, I don't know. So, I mean, it's 7s or so. So he's not getting his full damage, which is what I was worried about. Now, as we get further in, it might be better, because what we want to know is, like, when he goes out and he starts his attack, do they keep, even while he's out attacking, do they keep picking up? Right? Yeah. You hate his kit? Okay, you can not like his kit, but I mean, he's throwing down damage and we're not even ramped up. Like, people aren't ramped up. This is a group full of rampers and I'm already at 560. For this account, you know, that's solid. But almost everyone here has some kind of ramping feature and we're not accessing any of it. Really, we're 115% crit chance. Okay. So maybe okay, so he can get to 100% just with a good Duke Raven Guard. And then we add in other stuff for him. Like, I mean, we can boost his crit damage up. Look at that one up a nice amount. We throw the spec choice in, the lingering damage, because we don't have the other ones yet. I think damage 2891. Yeah, I think this is gonna be interesting. And again, I you know, hitting an armored enemy, I mean, that's where he shines, right? Because he takes, if he can remove a segment, he removes multiple, and he hits over and over and over again, right? So if he gets 7 attacks, even just 7 attacks, like some of this, we were hitting 7 a minute ago, that's 14 segments, right? On one pass. And then he comes back and does it again. And I'm really hoping that while he's out there, he can build stacks. There was 8, because if not, that's gonna suck. But I mean, I don't think these are bad numbers for stacking up. This seems pretty. E31, E46. Those seem like nice goals to try to reach. But let's look at what if we try to build a absolute ridiculous formation. We'll call it absolute ridiculousness. So folk hero on Will. Obviously we want this one, right? Yeah, because I'd add tons of familiars. So yeah, human fighter, absolute adversaries. Unaffiliated should be in the lead, though. How is... Unaffiliated should be winning this, right? What the hell? Is it not reading it at all? That's fine. So if we're not even trying to get that one, and we just focus on human, fighter, and barbarian, hey, there's human, there's barbarian, fighter, and we need dwarf. We need to tie dwarf. Oh, who's good? Then do we want Benwin? I mean Barrowin, excuse me. Is she gonna be the best dwarf for this scenario? I mean, Gwent exists. Gwent? I'm curious. Gwent? Because he used to be the go-to. I mean, we get a nice big bonus here for dwarves. Then a Mithril Hall. Why would Baldric be the best dwarf? Good lord. I don't like Baldric that much, if I'm being honest. Yeah, E16. We're gonna have to place him differently too. But he's triggers off crits, which is nice in this situation. It would be like this. Baldric buffs ether on a 10k item level. Is like full shiny? Is that what we're talking? Because that's not a realistic situation. Let's look at barrel win no matter what. We need to know vigilance stacks, and we're not gonna know that right away. We want her. We would want to tank with her. But I don't have a way of checking vigilance stacks. We have like 4. Okay, let's continue building. Let's say we're gonna use her for the time being. Now we're at 2 and 2. So we got 3 stacks here. We need to switch Duke Ravensburger. No. Ravengard over to Legacy of Ravengard. And at this point, incoming effect should be 4 stacks of Folk Hero. It is. E42. Okay. So we just got to keep this Frosty. With who we're adding. We can add Vlithrin without upsetting the balance. We can add Birdsong without upselling the... Well, hold on. Birdsong's a fighter, right? No. Birdsong's a bard. Perfect. Who else? She's a fighter. She's a fighter. So if we add a fighter, we'd have to add a barbarian. He's a barbarian. He's a barbarian. That would work. So what I want, Lae'zel or Esmeralda? We'll do this, and put him over here. And are we still dwarf barbarian fighter? Yeah. So as long as we don't add another dwarf barbarian or fighter, we can add anybody that we want. So we could come over here and add a warlock. This is strong. What else we got? We could add well, Bard Warlock with freely. If it's banned, hey Lurking Rider. I think I'm gonna go Cthulhu. But this is actually a really bad formation for Cthulhu. Never mind. It's a really bad formation for Cthulhu. But in this scenario, Chris would be a good... Hold on, let me look at... She just needs to be in the back. We do like this. We'll put Cthulhu here. That's fine. Just to get the numbers. I mean, just to get the folk here. Make sure we're keeping folk here. Would this be a 10? Would this be a 4 folk hero stack? I believe it should be. Yes. E47 folk hero stacks. Okay. Here's the thing, it's still only like, it's like 544. The other formation was stronger than this one, but, oh, I haven't leveled this up yet. Oh, never mind. Hold on. How many stacks did we get? 7 stacks? I'm gonna go ahead and check. I think that's probably a good number. Let's level her up. Let's see what he ends up getting to. All right. Yeah, it's comparable. It's comparable. It's comparable. How does his attack stack up? Literally. 5s. We were getting 7s and 8s. So it seems to be similar. For a chance only 80%, we'd want to drop these and add these. Comparable damage to the other formation, just because I'm using, you know, maybe not the best ideas. There's probably a better. I don't build folk hero formations that much, so there's probably a better combination here. This is not a great layout for this either. Yeah. But even if Baldric would be the dwarf to add for, he's in 12, so doesn't matter. So I don't know. I think Benwin's throwing down some decent numbers. Does he become the best DPS in the game? No, but we don't want that. There are people who want that, but I do not want suddenly everybody to then be like, well, Benwin's the new square hole. Like, I don't want a new I just want viable options. And feels viable? Feels viable? Like I don't necessarily, I wouldn't build this formation personally. I would go with the other one that I made. I like the other one better. Yeah. Okay. So let me go through. Attack the champs is one of the things he's good with. No, it's fast attack speed champs. What am I saying? Why did I do that backwards? Fast attack speed champs. Champs to boost crit damage. Oh, and dwarves. Dwarves, kobolds, halflings, gnomes, and goblins. Oh. Crit chance boost champs. Yeah, he'd like to crit 100% of the time. Onyx says, I hear Binwin closes his eyes, swings his axes like a windmill, and kills bosses in the next zone ahead of the party. I'm not going to put it. I'm not putting the last sentence in there. We're just going to go with that rumor. And hello. Okay, so extra attacks. Few champs you don't want to boost the attack speed of. You want everyone else faster. Yeah, leave it at that. Okay. This is why you want all the stacks. Yes, it's big. Since this isn't diamond-based damage, this may not hit as hard as you like. You see this on all right, bonus squad crit gets additional bonus hit for his current attack. Not allow the extra possible. All right, and okay. Spec choices. It's no upgrades. Overkill. This is for those rare scenarios where you can get all the way to the final boss of it, and just need a bit more damage from which through this stack drop back to area 1, move all other champs and familiars, and stack this up with some speed potions running to get what you need. Okay. Austin Faerun. Full party of the named species. And for an encouragement, this seems to be the best default spec to one because you want one as often as possible for stack. Okay. Okay. Thriss and Velvet Touch spec, where the further away the DPS is, gets a better multiple bump. Yes, which is why this isn't the best formation for this, but this was just a generic test. We weren't. This formation layout is not ideal. Okay. Gear on Binwin. Gear on Binwin. Okay. 350. 1 hundo. Pair of 275s. Okay. Self-damage is the only place we see the item scaling of 350% on an epic. The hundreds are usually like if the epic item scaling is based at 100, that usually means that's the pre-stack. It's either a pre-stack or a healing effect. Pre-stack or a healing effect. 275 is the standard ability bonus. Ability or spec bonus. Alright, and what was it? It was 49 for Princess Duckershine? Yes. Okay. I need to go through his feats on the other account. So, tier wise, we can grab that on the other account. Okay, I'm gonna close out of this. He is now live. Binwin is now live. Let me verify his variants. Awaken the beasts. Beast moves much more quickly and deal far more damage. Yes. And they put in the multipliers this time around. 3x and 4x. Okay. And its minions, two useless minions, take up slots in the formation and they move every 20 areas. I hate those. They massively debuff adjacent champions except for Binwin, who they massively buff. I hate it. The numbers I have is decrease the damage of adjacent champions by 90%, with the exception of Binwin, whom they buffer by 400%. That's what it was originally. I'm going to leave that. That's probably what it is, and they just don't want to tell us the numbers for some reason. Bronze worms means spawning in every area with various powers. Yes. That's... Yeah, okay. All of those are the same. Wow. You know what I meant. There, you're right. Okay, we're gonna go ahead on the main account and let's see what we can do. I mean, that doesn't even. Oh my god, game. Okay, we don't have to use Binwin in any of these. So this is Binwin's thing is going to be straightforward, except for the variant 2. Variant 2 will be the challenge. Let me move this up out of the way. We're going to change our. Oh no, I can't do that yet. I got to bring it down here because I got to picture in picture it properly. There we go. Now I can move it up out of the way. And then I can do this. There we go. All right. We were on a Mad Wizard free play. We're up to 32,000 gems. So we earned like around 4,000 gems, 4 or 5,000 gems in an hour. That's not bad. We also are up to 6 time gate pieces. So Hank was hanking it. Hank was hanking it, I guess. You know, we didn't trigger any of the electrums. What are we up to in 19,000 scales? So Bobby's been getting us some scales as well. That's what we want. We want a combination of things. Let's leave here. Leave here. Trials Adventure is waiting for us. That's great. But we are going to unlock Binwin. Let sleeping dragons lie. That doesn't look like Binwin. I'm gonna restart this. That doesn't look like Binwin. Try that again. Try that again. That still doesn't look like Binwin. All right, well, we're doing it anyway. We're doing it anyway. Go away, all the things. You can go away now. You're gonna come out. You'll come up here. You'll go up here. Oh, no, wait. You can go here. Yeah. You'll go there. You'll probably go there. Go here. You'll go here. Sure. All right. Some of these leveled up before we turn progress on. Oh, there's stuff triggers. What am I doing? We can do the thing. Oh, almost there. I level up Bobby. Hold on. This spider's screwing that out. Come on, spider. This is why we need one more familiar, so I can fully automate a 10-person group. As long as I only have one party up. Yeah, I'm waiting around for that. All right. Oh, no, we only have to go 50 areas. I'm not using potions for this. I will, however, save this formation. Goodman was originally in Dragon Den? Yes. And he still is. He's just reworked in this event, but he will return in Dragon Den. Full blue shiny 2000 item levels doesn't really mean anything. I just want to be clear, because nobody's going to ever normally have 2000 item levels and full shiny on blue gear. Let's be real. Let's be real. That's not a realistic thing. All right. Untrusting. Here we go. Feels good to hit a button and everything just levels itself except for Bobby. Except for Bobby. All right. Away we go. We have a, I don't need to patiently open the, oh, I guess I do because I was looking for feats. Avron chest. We don't even have Avron, so. All right, we have a fully whited out Binwin. Let's go get him some packs from the shop. Where is he? There he is. I got 5 packs for the other champions. Person will disable the dismantle for Benman. That's fine. I'm not dismantling Benman. Okay. Show me the greens. NKZ58? I mean, that feels nice to me. I think you're just being greedy if you want more than that. There's 1 green. 2. Give me all the greens. No, okay. 3 greens. Okay. And we're going to have to get the rest over here. There's 4. No. There's 5. Oh, that's a blue. Did it fall where you needed a green? No. Okay. So I need another one. There it is. Okay. So there's our full. There's our green or better. And now we can open these gold chests. Oh, and I need to change our progress tracker because now we've added 6 more. Going in the wrong direction. Going in the wrong direction. All of these should give me blues. This next one's going to give me an epic. On spec choices. Dang it, we wanted extra damage. We really did. We wanted extra damage. Alright, that takes us down to 210 then. Okay. Yeah, you really want the extra damage. Slot 3. That's the one you want the epic and a shiny on. If you're gonna be a Binwin main. If you're gonna be a Binwin main. Okay, I'm gonna come over here. I'm also gonna flex. Oh no. Progress tracker going up to 216 because we're gonna add Eric to the mix. Go. He's going to boost. I mean, our goal find was already doing well, but he's going to make it do even better. He's going to make it do any better. For that, I deserve a cookie. Nice. I think the kind of one of the benefits of, potential future benefits of Binwin is they can always add more supports that are going to be better for him, right? The fallbacks are done. I mean, there could be supports, but there's less room for supports, right? Like you've got 9 other spots in your formation for Binwin because he doesn't care who any of the others are. Whereas with the fallbacks, you've only got 5, right? So, I don't know. It feels like there's more chance for growth. Doesn't mean we'll get it. I very much understand that doesn't mean we'll get it. Okay, Binwin on the test account. Yeah, he's definitely not a Stokey reworks. And they didn't take his DPS attack away, so he's not a Narak rework either. Alright, Binwin's ultimate cooldown is 195 seconds. Update, back to updating the guide. So just for reference, a 0 gear Binwin, fully leveled up, 10 hits, 10 bonus hits under extra damage is an E20 base boost. The 15 is an E30. So there you go. If you want the straight up numbers, that's the straight up numbers off of a fully ungeared Binwin. And I only have a fully ungeared Binwin because he was already unlocked on this other account. So it makes it easy to do a comparison. That's the base value. So 1,000 item levels took him to what, E4 in the mid E40s? All right. Okay, regular gold chest is battle expertise. And what else? Cleaver Fever. Dwarven Alliance. Okay. Cataclysmic Strike is 12.5. This is extra effort. And actor, I am an actor. Company of Cobalt. What is that? Oh, that's Zerial. The Zerial patron feat. I forgot he had a patron feat. Okay. Yeah, it's not the greatest. His feats aren't the greatest. He needs like that. Because he's so reliant on crits, he really needs that 20% crit chance one. That would have been a good one to have in there. His 80% extra damage that you want is locked behind in the cash shop. You do want that one. That's his pre-stack stuff. But like, 3 lingering damage feats, I don't know if it's even going to work that well. Delin has never worked that well, so I'm worried about, I don't know that Binwin's will work that well. Yeah. I don't know. And the rest is, it's fine. Not amazing, but what are you going to do? He hits things. He hits things. That's what he does. The event feats make the stacking a lot easier. Am I missing something? Hold on. Those weren't in the blog post. Son of a... Sean! He didn't put those in the blog post. Hold on. Now I've got to add that because I wasn't even factoring that stuff in. Okay. Give me a second here, folks. Pull this up. Anti-social warping. These were his spec choices before. Is the tier 3 and more minions is the tier 4. Yeah, these were his spec choices before. Okay. Jeez, I didn't even pay attention to those. I saw them and they just didn't register because in my head that wasn't a thing. Okay, extra attacks, antisocial dwarfing. Extra attacks will now be triggered only by non-adjacent champions. So that's a very formation layout dependent one. If you can surround him with 6 champions, you leave it at adjacent. If you can get more than 7 away from him, non-adjacent, then you move it to antisocial dwarfing. More minions. Extra attacks will now also be triggered by champions 2 formation slots from Bidman. That's the big one. And that's the tier 4 one. But that's the big one because, yeah, that could potentially be everyone other than Bidman. Yeah. Okay. That one's going to be pushing. One's situational. So the more minions would be a pushing feat you would absolutely want. Yeah. That just makes it even more important to get that 20% crit feat. Truly does. I am an actor. Okay. I think I got his feet stepped on. Tier rewards, that's well, we just talked about that. That's gonna be anti-social dwarfing feet. More minions. Feet. Everything else stays the same. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Yeah, attack 5 extra times with Benman's. Yeah. Okay. Onyx says, for a while, I thought they'd given up on screwing with him on Guide Day. No. Oh, I did summer. Okay. I think the guide is done. Scrolling through to double check. Looks good. Okay. Let me go update his guide. There you go. Is that a Honey Heist shirt? It is. It is. It's Honey Heist 2 Electric Boogaloo. Or Beargaloo, excuse me. Yeah. Electric Beargaloo. There is Winter Shield. Radio edit. Regular edit. All right. Guides are updated. Guides are updated. Resources. Apply. All right. How are we doing? 380s. We're going for 1,000, folks. We're shooting for 1,000 on this one. Hey, Mouse. Mm-hmm. 34,000 gems. On our way to 50,000. So yeah, we want a 3 blue star Binwin, just like we did Anson and Russ. Then we want to rock out Eric. Lingering damage, golden epic. I don't know. That's not a no. Cold brew Binwin. This is pretty neat. You know. Broth the Pintling. That's funny. I don't know what happened here. This image is screwed up, but this one's fine. It's the extra damage. This is good, but you know, I don't know. That's a lot of money. Blade of the North will. Thermorphosis 80%. People will like that. People will like that. Heroic Eric, so older Eric with an undercut. Specializations, nobody cares. I wanted to click over here and see, man, Eric can now magically tank. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. You know what? Come on, will it let me? I already chose Eric. Does it let me? It does. We'll go ahead and pre-buy his chests. Speed pots activated? Oh no, I forgot. Oh, I don't have any. Whoops. Yeah, while he appears older, he doesn't tank any better. No problem. Main account's up to the 1200s or so on untrusting. We're doing the exact same variant. But we're gonna need a bigger boat. Let's put the Carlock push team in. This is a very old team. I got Wolfgar in here, Ayla, Penelope. Wow. Okay. I mean, I hate it. It's confusing to me. It's old. It's old. All right, we'll see what happens. Mouse finally unlocked the notary. Now I'm very feet rich. Nice. Played some Dune last night. Went out for the first time in a long time and built a base in the deep desert and did some solo spice crawling. It was fun. Back on that spice shit again. Back on that spice and yeah. I finally basically I've stockpiled all the other resources that I need or that I wanted. But basically every resource I have a stockpile of, all the harvestable resources. I still need to build up some of the like components that you have to, you know, go farm like out of chests and stuff, but it is what it is. So I'll be back to probably spice spice hunting. But if I go out, if I do a pass of the deep desert and I don't see anything in the DNE road that's easily solo crawlable, then I will basically then go back and harvest other stuff. But a surplus of whatever it is you need before the flower sand patch goes live. Oh yeah, I have a full 1750 volume chest that's just silicone blocks, which is what you turn spice sand into. So much. That's so many silicone blocks. That's so many. So it should be good. I will also do some flower sand runs and make sure that my flower sand container is popped off. Yeah. If anything, it's just going to make it just a little, a little more challenging to get flower sand. Less easy. That's the thing. It's they don't want it as safe as it is right now. Like you can just there's places you can go and you can just hoover up an entire flower sand field and not really have to deal with Shai-Hulud, right? But they want it a little more challenging. I don't know why they want it more challenging, to be honest. Like it shouldn't be as challenging to harvest as spice. Like that's Spice's thing. And yet it is. Yet they made it that way. Seems silly to me. Especially because you have to do it by hand. You can't drive your sand crawler over it. I wish they'd give you a flower sand crawler, or an attachment. Like you put a different attachment on the sand crawler and it hoovers up flower sand instead of spice. I would have a separate sand crawler just for flower sand. I would do that. But I don't know. They decided to make it, nope, you do this by hand. Real annoying. Real annoying. Mal's asks, is multiplayer the focus for Dune? Yes and no. I play it solo. There's definitely there's like they call it like tiers of content or whatever. There's like 6 tiers of content, and the first 5 are fully soloable without any issues. Once you get into 6, that's the end game, and some of that is soloable, some of it, well, I think the reality is probably a lot of it is soloable. Like all of it is probably soloable if you can develop your character well enough, you get good enough at the combat and get the right gear and all that kind of stuff. But it would be way more challenging, incredibly difficult. So, because it's basically, it's a survival game, but it's also, an MMO. Groups are you can only have like 4 people in a group. So it's not like it's outrageously difficultly tuned, which is why some people can do it solo still. Yeah. But so I do all the stuff that you can do solo, and I enjoy it. And, one of the things that's kind of up in the air is how much of the end game they want to be PvP based. Tiers 1 through 5 are functionally fully PvE. The problem is tier 6, the end game, the Deep Desert, they had originally, I guess they had designed it to be a PvP only place, for the most part. And a lot of people just, you know, after you, when you go through and you're playing a game and it's fully functionally PvE, and then suddenly you get to the end and it's like, oh, what am I doing? Speaking of, oh, this is supposed to be a fallbacks formation. But you get to the end and it's like, oh, hi, it's time to PvP now. And you're like, what are you talking about? Like, that wasn't the game we were playing. It's a little of a shock to the system. So people, you know, they have a compromise now where half of it's PV, half of the end is PvP, the other half is PvE. It's currently, I think it's in a state of a functional compromise, but the developers have come out and stated that they would like to return the Deep Desert to a more of its original concept, which is like, well, crap, because it's not what I'm looking for. But you know, we don't really get to make that decision, I guess. Okay, this is a really messed up formation. I don't like it already. But you know, we're trying to give the fallbacks what they want. I mean, do we 9 stacks? Jesus. Okay, 9 stack Jesus. A new album from Garwar and the Grudge Keepers. 9 stack Jesus. Yeah, I mean, the spice mining is always risky. I mean, it doesn't matter where I am. I've got to manage dealing with Shai-Hulud. The worm will come for me, and that is an accepted part of spice mining. I like playing that mini game of, you know, harvesting spice, but staying safe and not getting eaten and not getting all of my stuff eaten. One day it will happen. So far, knock on wood, it has not. But one day it will. But it's fine. With for all the spice that I have been able to mine, like over 20,000 Milan, lifetime, I haven't been eaten yet. So it was worth it. It was worth the risk already. And it was an enjoyable risk for me. Hey, Jay Jasons, how's Binwin? Is he winning? I think he wins. I think, you know, I don't think he doesn't, like, he's not now the #1 DPS in the game, but I think he wins. I think he's now in a very solid place. I think he got a solid rework, and I'm happy for him. How do I feel about his item level benefit? I mean, I kind of said earlier that he, his base value, his base buff at 10 stacks for extra damage is really what you're measuring, because that's the multiplicative pre-stack. It starts off at an E20 base for 10 stacks, E30 for 15 stacks. And we were seeing at 1,000 item levels, we were seeing E40, mid E40s for 10 stacks and mid E50s for 15 stacks. I think that's solid item level progression. Obviously, some people would like an even larger item level progression there, but I think that's pretty solid. To me, that's a pretty solid gain for 1,000 item levels. Yeah. Then you've just got to build the formation that gets those stacks. But it's a good way to measure like what his power is. Looking right around, so if the devs ever managed to fully implement a Fremen storyline into Dune and let players ride Shai-Hulud, will you play that on stream again? Oh, I mean, I'll play that game on stream again before that. Like, when Chapter 3 comes out, we'll play Dune on stream again. And we'll play through the storyline and stuff, and we'll check out all the stuff. I mean, as long as I don't have a full-time job by then that prevents me from streaming, yeah, we will absolutely play that again. No worries, Onyx. Yeah, I'd say he's in an acceptable place now. He used to be one of the worst DPS in the game, and now he's a very solid, I think, up there with, I would say, you know, he's going to scale better than Karlach into the late game because he actually scales with items. You know, his damage wasn't as good as King of Shadows. Like pre-stack King of Shadows, before you build up his stacks and convert his phases, it wasn't as like King of Shadows comes out, it has a higher base damage. But Binwin also serves a different purpose. Like Binwin's, you know, he's a breaker and a shredder, basically is what it looks like. Like, because not only does he get double credit for attacking an armored enemy, like removing segmented health, but he can attack, he gets multiple attacks in the same one. So he can become a chainsaw, right? Benman was worse than Jamila? No. I don't think anyone's worse than Jamila. I said he was one of the worst DPS in the game. I didn't say he was the worst. He's not the most OP DPS in the game, which is what he was before they nerfed him. Like 7 years ago. Not sure if I should get Gazric for the third seat 7 or select someone else. I have 12 time gate pieces. Oh, I mean, I don't. So I'm guessing you have Minsk and Caddy Bree. So Freely was my third choice. Egbert is a goal. Freely for favor runs. Like you put him in from the start, he builds up to boost your favor. And then for like, I got Egbert for specifically for dirty gold farming at the end. Yeah. You could also do Jim if you want a magic support that can also be a magic DPS. No one's bullying Jamila. We're just honestly straight up saying, Jamila, you're not very good at damage. And she's like, I know. Like, she knows. How did we go from 9 to 8? We had 9 stack. Oh, I moved the... Nope. Didn't change anything. Oh, because I'm bouncing between them. Yeah, no, that's... I mean here. Okay. It is what it is. So we're hoping to clear area 1,000. Can I reroll my free item in the weekly offers? You can, but it's not going to be guaranteed to be free. Like what you reroll it to won't necessarily be free. Like just, in my opinion, just take your free item. Like when it's free, it doesn't guarantee that everything you re-roll into is going to be free. Is Binwin S tier? Oh, I don't know about that. I didn't test him that hard. We just did some basic numbers, and his basic numbers looked pretty solid. I don't do tier ratings. You have to wait for people who do that kind of stuff. I don't really care. When I see a champion get rated, when I see a champion get reworked, what I want to see is them going from a non-usable state to a usable state, and that's what happened. I think the only thing I'm disappointed in is that his lingering damage wasn't made a bud-based effect. I don't know why it wasn't. I know they're going to say, well, he's the bud setter, so it is a bud-based, but that's not. Like the game, it feels like the game treats it differently. It doesn't seem to affect enemies in the same way. Because we've had that kind of just regular damage-based dots on Delena since she came out, and they've never really felt impactful. They never really felt like they were removing segments from armor. Bud-based stuff does feel that way, so it's a little frustrating. But overall, I think you got a good rework. So the weekly offers again. If you have a free thing, I just say claim it. Because if you reroll, it's not guaranteed to be free again. That's the big thing you got to keep in mind. And a huge potion of clairvoyance is, I mean, that's gold find. I'd take it. But a free huge potion of heroism, yeah. Take it. I mean, at some point, you'll probably need it. Oh, I went over the goal on the other account. We're in the 1800s. We only had to go to the 1600s. Well, hey, Binwin's minions. This is going to be the garbage. Because it's just going to change every so often. That's the unenjoyable babysitting one, basically. What's the T? On for whose T are we spelling? What? Doesn't matter how far you go on trials. On day 1, it does. Like, basically, it's not even how far. It's like how high you raise your damage, but usually your damage goes up by going further. Because you get to areas where then ramping effects start kicking in, stacking effects start, you know, really hitting power, that kind of stuff. That's day 1. Day 2 and onward is usually just get to the area goal and leave. Oh, thoughts on Binwin? I mean, I think he got a solid rework. I don't think he's OP, which is I think that's a good thing for the game. I don't want any OP champions. I'd rather they nerfed the OP champions, but yeah, I think he got a solid rework. I'm not going to become a Binwin main, but I'll enjoy using him now, whereas before I didn't. Hey, Toy. But like today, so for my trials run today, I did my deep run yesterday. Got 320 DPS as my contribution. 321 is my contribution. So today I'm just going to go to whatever the area goal, area 425, and I'm going to be done. I'm not going to try to push deep. Oh, perfectly adequately powered champions. Well, look, the closer they are in power, and the more they fill their niche, like Binwin's niche is definitely going to be as a breaker and a shredder, right? So the better they fill their niche, the more I enjoy using them. Because then when I get to that situation where it's like, oh, this is a Binwin variant, then I get happy because then I get to use it that champion and they get to shine, right? Binwin never shined in his niche before, so he didn't shine since his nerf like 7 years ago. The Binwin we were good. Anson new champion disappointment. Well, Anson as a tank at Traylon is a disappointment. Anson as a buffer is perfectly fine. Anson as a buffer he's got a strong buff. As a tank, he just falls over. But he can buff, you know. You build up his stacks, he can throw down a big buff. So Anson has buffs, but isn't buff. Exactly. Exactly. You see Binwin on the gem farm team. Binwin was good back in Mad Wizard days. Binwin was somebody you could throw in if you needed someone to chew through set the barricades. Absolutely. Hey, Masconnect. All right, Atralian. All right, we're only 27 away. We're fine. We're cruising right through this. This isn't even going to be an issue. Yeah, yes. Now the next variant's going to be the annoying one. Our favor here, E50. Okay, we got good favor. Hydrate. All right, we did it. That's 1,000. there's a chance. There's a very, very good chance that we might be able to pull off tier 4 in variant 1 for Binwin. But we're not there yet. That's the last one we're going to do. We need to do the area 800 with the bad variant, the one that swaps everything around. This one's going to be frustrating. This one's going to be frustrating. I'm going to go ahead and use hour-long potions for this. I think Binwin might be as competitive as Ishii. I don't know. I don't do those. I don't go that deep into figuring out, you know, exactly how strong they are. Again, that's, to me, that just, I start getting into like tier listing champions, and I don't want to get into that again. It was just such an unenjoyable experience for me back when I was doing that. I don't want to put myself into unenjoyable situations in Idle Champs anymore. Mana Delaros, what do you think of Humon's immolation feat? I mean, that's his bud-based dot one. It's more of a, it can be used, some people use it for a form of dirty farming that isn't quite what my dirty farming is, where they don't use potions, they just use that bud-based damage. Some people use it if they're using him as an actual, Humon as an actual support to chew through segments, like unsegmented enemies. So it's just kind of, do you use them that way? If so, there you go. If not a super priority. If Bexel says he's far better than Ishii, I mean, Ishii takes ramping. For Ishii, you have to ramp her attack speed up. You have to get it at cap, which means, and the only way to get it there is to not have. You have to pause your speed. So she's definitely got a higher bar to get her damage than Binwin. I can't remember what we got Ishii to, but you're also looking at a 10k item level. You got to stop throwing numbers around that are based on 10k item levels. Without saying so. Yeah. I don't remember what we got her up to at 60 stacks, or wherever her stacks cap was. Well, sure, but you're not sharing that with the people that are asking the question, and so they're going to hear that and think they can get their Ishii to 60, or they can get their Binwin to an E60 self buff, and they can't without 10,000 item levels. That's the point. You're leaving out important context in your statement. Just because you think it's equal to your others, but that doesn't mean it's the correct statement in front of a group of people who aren't end game 10k players, right? Don't want an enjoyable situation. Should I go? Oh, that's what I was like. What was I going to do? I was going to go see if I referenced Ishii's damage in her guide or not. So she can hit 90 stacks. It's a post-stack buff. Let me get her.
Now, she does an E30 self buff before items, but hers is post stack. So it's not, you know, her an item on that. Does she even have an item for that? Hold on. She does, but it's post stack, so it's not gonna like blow it up. Not like a big deal. Yeah. But, you know, so Binwin's going to scale better with item levels. But just based off their kit, they're going to, because Binwin's thing is E30 as well with 15 stacks, but that means he crit 5 times in a row during his attack run on top of 10 stacks. So, yeah. Different situations. But yeah, the tier 4 variant 1, the damage threshold is E322, and I think we're very close to that. With that fallbacks formation. In Binwin's layout specifically, Binwin's formation layout caters to the fallbacks to a certain degree. Not fully, but enough. Maybe. If we can keep Tess alive, because the problem is Tess is up here in the front line in that scenario. So if Tess can stay alive, Tess can stay alive, then she, then it's something we could pull off. I understand the blog review correctly. I would need a lot of guys with low cooldowns around Binwin, but opponent himself should have roughly high cooldown. Binwin just default has a 6-second attack speed. So yeah, ideally you're using supports that attack faster than that. And if they're a lot faster than that, great. But what you don't want is to put people in like Whittle and Strongheart have no place in a Binwin formation. Because they both have buffs that should be buffing Binwin, but can't be buffing Binwin because it would also be speeding up Binwin's attacks. So you don't want that. So it's like you have to figure out, like, I don't know. I just did it base and just used people and didn't worry about their attack speed, and then I just looked to see how well they turned out, and they turned out pretty well. And I was like, well, okay, that works. But you know, people are going to run into different situations. Yeah, a lot of Binwin is going to be about formation layout. His tier 4 feat is going to be huge for him, for anybody that complete tier 4. Extra attacks now also be triggered by champions 2 formation slots away from Binwin. That should pretty much get him locked in at 10. And if you can get him critting 100% of the time, you'll always get to 15, so you'll max his damage up, right? But some really bad formation layouts are just going to be really hard for him to build extra attacks on, regardless of who you've got with him, right? So he still kind of runs into the same situation he always did, where there's these strong buffers or potentially strong buffers who could make everybody else attack quickly, but you don't want to put them in because then you'd need them buffing Binwin, and then that would speed up Binwin, and then he loses all of his own power, and oh well. Right. Binwin does look to pair well with Duke Ravenguard, though. Duke Ravenguard in his middle crit spec is going to get Binwin critting, as well as just buffing melee champions, right? It does look like you could do a folk hero situation with Will and Duke Ravengard in his right hand spec. But then you're giving up crits for that, right? So you'd have to get your crits somewhere else. Probably Route 66. Oh no. Get your crits on Route 66. Yeah, I mean, there's options. There's options for building Binwin. It's a little different than some of what we normally do with melee champions, right? Like, he's not a Holy Trinity person. I just hear that Whittle and Strongheart might undermine Binwin's mechanics. Yes. Not might, it's they do. They absolutely do. Yeah, I mean, I did folk hero, you know, folk hero situation, and my issue is that the folk hero situation I built was basically the same damage that I was getting off a regular one, so why bother going through the headache of folk hero? But I also only have 1,000 item level will, right? You know, if you put a lot more items than will, folk hero then becomes a stronger choice. And the reality is, even though I was looking at 7-8 stacks, we never saw the damage boost from that. Because we didn't have enough enemies on the screen at one time. That's important to keep in mind. No, Sonata, because then Binwin isn't getting their buffs. It makes no sense. It makes no sense for you to lower the attack speed of other people, but then give up an entire buff. Why do that? Why not just bring in another buffer? Like, it's, yeah. Not for Strongheart and Whittle. That just doesn't really make any sense. Especially Strongheart. Whittle doesn't have a huge buff in the first place. You're not giving up a whole lot. But Strongheart can give a huge buff. Folk heroes are from Will's spec. They're from Will, period. The spec's a different thing. The spec does other things. But Will is what does folk hero. It's his buff. It's a basic ability of Will's. Yeah, Point doesn't have the slowdown thing. Yeah. It used to be, you had Point over here, you had Binwin right here, and you had Barrowin over here. And then you had the slowdown on that old Point had a slowdown that made Binwin's attack speed just drop through the floor so that it took forever. And then Barrowin had a mechanic that the more time she attacked compared to the person she's buffing, they built up hammer stacks. You get an infinite amount of hammer stacks, which was the damage boost. Yeah, and that was the only combo that made Binwin even remotely viable. But it just wasn't very good. And they've removed that mechanic on Barrowin, and they've removed that mechanic on Point. Yeah, hammer stacks were outrageously strong. Originally, when they first came out, people would manipulate the game to stack up outrageous amounts of them, and basically be able to destroy anything. And that got fixed because it was too powerful. but it was a lot of manual manipulation. And we're trying to get to 800. We're at 500 so far. Can't believe that Binwin was ever powerful. Binwin was the original OP champion in the game. The issue is that back in year one, when he was OP, there was only one way to make him OP, and that was to spend a ton of money on chests in the shop to gear him up, like to put item levels on him, because he had a pre-stack. His damage boost was pre-stack with item levels. But, well, it had to do with the number of attacks he could get. Man, I'd have to go all the way back to his original guide. You know what? We're not doing anything else. Let me find his original guide. Hold on. We'll find that. Hold on. We need to actually. I think first I need to put in a team that can actually kill things. Why are that's why I thought we went all the way back to area 1. We didn't. Oh no, this is not going to work. We need the Kazran thing is too formation layout dependent. We need to just put in some champions that can potentially just smash no matter where they are. So keep our front line protected. We bring in Yorvin. Oh, did you mean Barrowin? Yeah, I mean either way, I can pull both of those up because they were actually they just had a manipulatable ability that made them very, very. The problem is I may have updated those guides and might not have the original data in them, but I'll look. Okay, this is probably doable. Has a lot of generic stuff. Generic directionality. See what happens. That Diana do monsters always attack certain formation slots. Well, they kind of, when they spawn in, they'll go to certain places. Okay, hold on. Let me go see. There's 5 years ago. 6 years ago. Maybe the 6 year ago one? No. Alright, I gotta look somewhere else for this. It wasn't there. Post. All posts. There. How do I go way, way back? Just scroll down. Great, this is gonna take a while. But yeah, when Barrowin first came out, basically she built hammer as every time someone next to her attacked or behind her or something, someone she was buffing attacked, they got a hammer stack. Or no. Every time she attacked, the people she was buffing got a hammer stack. So the faster she attacked, the more hammer stacks they would get. And what people would do is they'd take a very slow attacker with very slow attack speed, and they would sit here, and basically the little blue line inside of the red line is actually your attack speed indicator. And they would just sit here and manipulate, drop in and out the DPS over and over and over again, constantly pulling it out after right as she was putting the DPS in right as she was about to attack, pulling her out instantly, and try to build up as many hammer stacks as possible, because they were all like multiplicative stacks. And basically you do that enough, then you blow the damage through the roof. And so they fixed that. They were like, oh no, that's not a thing now. Yeah. Like there's a blue circle inside the health circle. Well, there isn't a health circle. There's a red health thing. Like here you can see it on Brit, right? You see the red health half circle, right? But just inside of that, there's a blue one that's filling up constantly to indicate when he's ready to attack again. It's ridiculous. But people used to do that. They used to just take the time to try to manipulate that. And I was like, ugh. It was the worst. More, yeah, it's that whole UI is just not great. Oh. I found the time. Found my Reddit history. Wait, what is that picture? Oh, yeah, it doesn't exist anymore, so it doesn't matter. Okay. There's the Trickster's Delight. Beast of the Moon. Oh, that's why I need to find Dragon Dance. It wasn't listed under his name. It was listed under the event back then. Where the hell is it? There it is. There it is. Come on. Oh no, I did lots of changes, but let's see. All right, the OG Binwin. Is this the actual OG Binwin? Yes, it is. He had 2 abilities. Extra attacks and crash and smash. Extra attacks. Binwin may perform 1 or more extra attacks while attacking, increasing his cooldown for each bonus attack. So what happened with the OG Binwin is he would attack and he would get another attack, and then he'd get another attack, and then he'd go back to the formation, and he'd just sit there like going, like with like these sweat things on his, like, because it would increase his base attack cooldown, so it would stretch his attack cooldown. there was an item for extra attacks, which as you boosted the item, gave him more attacks. Just straight up gave him more attacks. His second ability, Crash and Smash, just let him do what it does now, double hits to hit based or armored enemies. Then his spec choices, he had a reckless attack. He had two spec choices. One said reckless attacks, which was a 20% to do in AoE, or relentless attacker, which is the one you wanted, which was the chance for extra attacks to proc is boosted by 25%. And so when you ramped up his extra attacks item, it gave him a higher chance to get an extra attack. So once you could get it at 100% chance, then he'd just start attacking something and then never stop until it was dead. It was, but you had to have tons of item levels to make that happen. Somebody spent the money on it. Someone spent the money on it because they realized this is the most powerful champion in the game. I'm going to invest who knows how much money it cost back then into Binwin. And then they went and posted a video of it, laughing at basically like, aha, look at what I can do now, devs. And then the devs went out and nerfed Binwin into the ground. But that was the OG Binwin. He had two abilities and one spec choice with two options, and that was it. He had a damage all champions item, two self damage. I don't know. He had a damage all champions item, an extra attacks item, and then his ultimate attack and ultimate cooldown. The designs were not good back. Yeah. Trying to see if I can remember what event is Barrowin in? I mean, I can figure that out. I can try to find her original Winter Shield. Okay. Which way is that? Did we get her before Binwin? Or after? Before. Yes. Oh man, my event layout guide, my guides were so bad back. The layout was bad. I was still experimenting with stuff. Okay. So, Barrowin's original thing. Blessed Hammer, she had three abilities. Blessed Hammer, Healing Word, Shield of Faith. Blessed Hammer caused adjacent champions to do additional damage whenever she attacked. That was her hammer stack, basically. As long as she attacks, they get a stack. They get a hammer stack that basically caused that more damage. So in each stack would stack multiplicatively. There was an item for Blessed Hammer. The healing word was just the heal in her column. Shield of Faith turned the healed into a shield. Every other attack. And then her spec choices were Greater Blessing and Booming Voice. So either the hammer stack was stronger or she healed stronger. But that was it. And so people would just manipulate that hammer stack and get a bajillion hammer stacks. Yeah. She cannot do that anymore. She cannot do that anymore. All right, we're at 750s. We need okay, we need to swap Briv up here. And then this should be fine. Well, it'd probably be better if it was like this. So, gotta do a little manipulation of the formations on this variant. I mean, it's looking good so far. I mean, that's totally fine, Sonar. You can absolutely do that, yeah. And then just go back to area 1, and you can treat it like bud spiking, and yeah. You can treat it that way. I just put in champions that were, you know, more or less movable, right? Like I could make it work. Like this. Let me just move a couple. Most of the champions in the formation can buff from anywhere, but we just want to make sure the tanks are in front. And Miri is next to Karlach. Have any Anson's named the background overlay? No. No, I have not. Hold on. Champ name background 1080. Better not open on that monitor. I swear to God. It did open on that monitor. God dang it. Get over here. Get over here. Okay, Anson. Nope. Nope. That's, yeah, there it goes. There it goes. Anson. Save. Export as. Export. Okay. Should be fixed. We click over. It's on there. Hey, we cleared 800. We're out of here. All right, last one. Awaken the Beast. This is the one that we would like to try for 1200. We would. So we're going to throw down an hour here as well. So remember the bud we'll be shooting for is E322, but we were pretty close to that with the fallbacks formation that I did not save. God dang it. I didn't save it. Oh well. We'll have to rebuild it. We'll have to rebuild it. Alright, Binwin's got some more chests to open. There's his final blue. Oh, there's lingering damage. Again, not the epic I wanted. Good lord. But it's the epic we got. What do we get over a Bahamut chest? 12 blood vials. Jackpot. I don't have to open these again for a while. That's the one you want out of that is 12 blood vials. None of the rest matters. So Binwin now at 2 epics. And neither of them are the good ones. This is the good one. Womp, womp, womp. Anson got 2 epics as well. What about what did Russ get? Russ got 2 epics as well. Okay. So we've gotten pretty lucky with these. They've each got 2 epics so far. So far. Continue. 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 We'll need to do this. I need to do my trials run after this attempt. Make sure it gets done. Before we try to do any Eric stuff. Paradox Misfit asks, is Nixie any good? Yeah. I'm not an enormous fan, but there are people that like her, so and use her. She's it's the RNG thing that throws me off. Again, RNG in this game just frustrates me. So the fact that she just kind of rotates through a lot of magical mishaps. And like, do you line up the good mishaps to do the right amount of damage or do the right things? I don't enjoy that. Yeah, but he's fine. Beard looks flat. Look everywhere you say it. See, again, she's fine. It's just I don't understand why. Again, I feel like CNE has a problem learning their lessons. Delana has the same issue. She's always had the same issue. She has this rise and like ebb and flow of power thing, and it's really what makes people feel like about Delana because she's only at the max damage every now and then the rest of the time she's just trying to get back there, and she's only there for a short period of time. And Nixie is the same way. They then turned around and did the same thing with Nixie, and you're like, years later, it's like you had years to learn to understand and process that lesson, and it just didn't happen. Look, Wild Magic is like it's if you want to play, if you want to play D&D with Wild Magic surges, sure. Look, it adds chaos to your D&D game, but this isn't a D&D game, right? It's a formation manager game, the formation management game that is themed with D&D, and it's very clear that people don't like randomized mechanics. So. I thought it was 0 Constitution that made you dead. I didn't think 0 Int is considered dead. Might be considered brain dead. But it's fun. That's subjective. Yeah, 0 intelligence makes you rulers of countries these days, yes. 0 on any stat equals dead? That doesn't make sense to me. It feels like only a 0 on your health bar and 0 on your constitution. I can understand why both of those would be dead. 0 on my dexterity just means I'm not moving. That doesn't mean I'm dead. I could simply be paralyzed. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird I would never. Here's the thing, in my D&D games, that would never be a thing. See, I'm not going to put that one in there because that's not true. That's not what charisma means. That's a misnomer. Because 0 charisma just means, it can just mean that you are the least persuasive person. It doesn't have anything to do with physical attraction. Too many people equate that to physical attraction as charisma, and that's like, did you know Strix, who stinks to high heaven and isn't necessarily the most traditionally attractive character in the game, has high charisma? She's persuasive when she talks, and that's a different thing. She has an 18 charisma. Now, see that if we're not doing that. I didn't allow that term through, so that should tell you that that's not something we use here. Yeah. So it's a measure of your ability to talk to people and get them to do what you want them to do. You could be an incredibly attractive person, but if you can't actually put words together to talk to somebody, you have low charisma. Yeah, charisma is force of will or personality, exactly. Yeah, Quint wouldn't even notice. Quint wouldn't even notice the smell. Well, these are her. You just said it's not a D&D game. No, but these are her stats when she's sitting at a table playing Acquisitions Inc. That's what it has to do with D&D rules. Why I know it's. I watched. I know Strix from watching all the Dice Camera Action games, and that came up in those games. She is the trash witch. She is covered in garbage and smells all the time, but she is highly persuasive, and it's just her ability to talk to people. Yeah. But she's a content creator champion. She's from a TTRPG live play. But in this game, charisma doesn't mean anything. In this game, charisma doesn't mean anything. Having a high charisma stat. There's no all this game has is killing people. There's no conversations where the charisma checks get made. So, you know, in this game, it doesn't mean anything. Which is why I say it's a D&D themed game. It's not. This isn't. We're not playing D&D when we're playing. Yeah, you could pass. High charisma means you can pass on Antreus's buff. Yes, that's about it. I've forgotten that character from Fraggle Rock. I think of it more as the trash lady from the Labyrinth, who like convinces you, who's trying to convince her to not, you know, to just stay in your room. It's fine. You're pretty. Don't you want your bear? No, I don't remember that character. Now it makes me want to watch Fraggle Rock again. Fraggle Rock was a great show. That's a line, isn't it? Don't you want your bear? Isn't that? Hold on. Or is it baby? Hold on. Hold on. Pause the music real quick.
Daddy's. Oh, what have we got here? That's a lot. Oh, your little bunny rabbit. You like your little bunny rabbit, don't you? Yes, yes, yes. There you go. Oh, and there's Betsy Boo. You remember Betsy Boo, don't you? Yes, yes, yes. Now then, what else?
Okay, I might have misremembered.
Oh, let's have a look. Oh, it's a pencil box. Got lots of pencils.
I think she does. I think there's a bear comment.
Here's your panda slippers. You know how much you like your panda slippers. You never wanted their throw away, did you? There they are. That's right, that's right. Okay, now then, what else? Oh, it's little Horsey. You love little Horsey, don't you, dear? And look at this. You got a printing game, you have. Oh, here's a treasure. You'll want that, won't you, my dear? Yes, go on, put it on, make yourself up. And here's dear old Flopsy. You'll want her, right? There you go. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Charlie Bear. Right, there's Charlie Bear for you.
Okay. Charlie Bear. My bad. Yeah. Well, I knew there was a bear reference in there. That's the junk lady. Yeah. Hydrate. If anybody wants to watch that on their own, there's the clip with the junk lady. Now I have to go look up. Oh, Marjorie was an actual trash heap. Wow. Like an actual pile of trash. Marjorie the trash heap is a large, matronly, sentient compost heap. Okay, hey. Sure. According to her rat-like companions Philo and Gunge, who serve as her acolytes, the trash heap knows all and sees all. I kind of remember that. Okay. That's great. Oh, what's going on? We stopped at 1,079 over here on the main account. And I forgot to swap people in. It's my bad. So let's swap some people in. Do the same kind of thing we did before with the car lock and the smashing. It'll probably be fine, right? It'll be. Give me your event. Let's throw you in. Let's throw you in. Who else? Oh yeah, Freely. Okay. So she's like a shambling mound. It seems like it, yeah. Labyrinth was such a good movie, although it made watching later Jennifer Connelly movies weird. Really? Okay.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
This one's maybe too long. Thank you for the lizard, Lurdy Rider. That one might be a little too long, but we're rolling with it. I think I mentioned this. I totally got a non-monetization email for a couple of the videos that got uploaded because of all the lizard shenaniganry. Not from, not because of lizard, but because of these songs. But I don't care. I'm not taking them off. I'm not taking them out of the sound alerts. But YouTube got upset when I was uploading videos, and I was like, well, I don't care. So some of the 2025 playthrough videos won't be accessible in some regions because of song rights. Oh well, I gotta take a stand for my lizards. What's the story behind the lizard thing? It's a meme. It's a meme. There's a Pixar movie coming out, and the preview has a lizard that's just looking at a button. Every time he presses the button, the computer says lizard and puts a lizard like emoji on it. Goes lizard, 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 and he's just sitting there just pushing the button over and over again and licking his own eyeball. Yeah. Surely it's transformative in this phase. There's not enough transformative in it. Yeah, it's too much of. I mean, I'm only using a small clip, so I'm not getting DMCA'd. To be clear, they're not saying take this down. You have a strike on your account. That's not what they're saying. They're just saying you can't monetize this, and in some country and some regions we can't show it. Is what it is. Yeah. Well, but we don't get to make these legal arguments, right? That's not how YouTube and Twitch work. So we can think whatever we want, but all that matters is what they get to do, and they get to say, "You're not making money off this," and I have to go, "Okay." I'm not even monetized. Like I'm a YouTube partner, but not in the good way, which means I'm not multiplicatively stacking. No, like the good way is when you can monetize like ads. Like if every time you watch my stuff and you see an ad, I make money off of it. That's the good way. I'm not. I'm in the way where people can do whatever YouTube's version of a sub here is, where they could pay to see my content and get stuff. I have that. It's available, but the only benefit to that right now is that when I go to upload all of the videos, I set them on a schedule so they come out like I make one go live automatically on Sunday when I'm doing it, and then the others go out like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right? And if you subscribe, if you pay for whatever their version of subscription is over there, you get access to it all at once. Yeah. What are ads? Like advertisements. Advertisements. Or multi-billion-dollar companies, we going to take that cash. Yeah. YouTube is memberships? Okay. Yeah. Remember, on YouTube, it's a membership. On Twitch, it's a subscriber. On YouTube, a subscriber is a follower on Twitch. It's like, wow, way to confuse everything. But I get it. It's, YouTube did subscribers first, and it's like, so I'm subscribing to a newsletter. You're not paying for anything. It made sense. Twitch is the one that made it a little creepy with followers. You've got people following you. Oh God, they're what? Make them stop. Zafuria gave up on YouTube ages ago. I posted a 1,000-year-old song I arranged myself and got copyright struck from someone in the UK supposedly somehow copyrighted the traditional song. Yeah, I don't know. So far, I don't have any like DMCA strikes on YouTube. But there have been numerous times where they're like, well, you can't monetize this video because it has a short song in it, a snippet of a song, and it's like, it was in the video game I was playing. Like if these studios don't understand that these games are going to get played on Twitch and that music's going to get played, then I mean, like, figure that crap out, folks. But the studios, like, those companies don't care. It's not fun to stay at the DMC. That's how we're going. The DMC. Wasn't Twitter using followers before Twitch? Ooh. Twitch was originally Justin TV, and I'll be honest, I don't know which came first, Twitter or Twitch. Some games do have streaming mode, which removes the music or changes it. I get why they have that. It's frustrating to me because I want to play the game. I want to play the game, and the game is usually games are designed with the music as part of the experience, and I would like to enjoy the experience. But I don't get to because I stream. I get to make that make sense. I don't know. Hi, I'm showing off your game for free. Nope. You can't do that. How dare you? How dare you give us free marketing for your game, for our game? I obviously have opinions here. I obviously have opinions here. Oh, Mark needs to come in. Maybe we do this time? Yeah, let's roll a track. But yeah, I mean, in like I think the best example of this is Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I absolutely love that game. 1 and 2, I played the hell out of them when they first came out, and I played them with the kids that I worked with in an after school program. And the music is just truly an integral part of that experience. And when you take the music out, when you're streaming, the experience just goes through the floor. Like, it's just like, okay, whatever. I mean, the gameplay's there, but you lose just the joy of that soundtrack with the experience together. And we played that once on my birthday after they remade them. And I was like, oh, wow. I wanted to stream it. I wanted to have fun. And then I realized, oh, I can't play any of this music. Like, welp. So there's E308 without a lot of ramp. Well, I guess it's probably got some ramping. We got a shot here. We got a shot in the dark here. Little Jamie says, my favorite thing that gets DMCA'd is EVZ move from Pokemon Sun and Moon. I don't know what that is, but like the fact that just a character's probably activation thing is enough to get you DMCA'd is problematic. Well, the idea, if they show a paid ad that has more song in the middle of the ad, that the people making that advertisement paid to use that music. So I know it's silly, but it is what it is. We don't really get a whole lot of, I mean, if we lived in a better world, then we could complain about this stuff. Right now, it's other things to complain about that are far more important. Yeah, I could see that happen as well for you. Absolutely. Yeah. Now I have Goldfinger Superman stuck in my head. Yeah. Yes. Good, good. You mean ad for the music album? I mean, even then, that's still, yeah. 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 And yeah, it isn't even something the artist can control because it's done by the publishers, right? So it's a problem. What are we up to? 41,000 gems. Getting closer. Yeah, that's problematic. I don't like if this is only showing what it's going to be when she's there, and like you move away, like it should. Yeah. It should update correctly. It reads as if you could move Uggy around and get that buff. And that's not the case. And so you don't want that kind of confusing situation, but here we are. Right. Here we are. If I move you, do I get 9 there? No. Oh, dang it. Should. Shouldn't that give me 9? 9? Push it. Because we're at around 301 on our damage. 322 is what we need to clear 1200. So I feel like we've got a shot here. Because we're not even really getting lots of ramping damage here. I am worried about Tess. Tess's survivability. So she's already got King of Shadows taking a bite out of her. And then we also have to deal with the fact that she's going to take damage in the front line. So Nine. How's the other? Oh, 1500s on the other account. Yeah, we can reset that now. We're further ahead in progress on this account than the main account because I've been ignoring the main account. All right. Main account, final variant 1. Awaken the beasts. It's going to go very far on just the speed team, which will be nice. Although, now I'm looking at it, and the speed team is god-awful. Real old. Let me update it. Got Shandy in it. Like, what? What? Good old Lark. The Deacon? Why? There we go. Continue. Continue. Bang, 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 bang. Continue. Now, I just read somebody said Dig relaunched, and it's all AI. It's apparently it's AI driven, so that's a big no for me, dog. No thanks. Are gold chests only for core evergreen characters? The regular gold ones are. These right here. They say 5 cards between uncommon epic with gear for non-event champions. So that's core and evergreens. That's all you're gonna get. Regular silvers, regular golds. That's, you know, regular golds will have feats for event champions, but they don't have gear for them. You have to have a group chest of some kind, like Electrums, named chests like you get from events and time gates, patron chests, kind of stuff. Patron chests are a type of group chest. Cleared 1,000, cruising on. Which spec did I choose? I chose Berserker. Oh no. Do I have a potion of respec? Dude. Wow, man. It's 1050. 320 we got up to. We got this. We got this. This will be our first tier 4 variant completion on this account. It is because of the layout of this formation, with Kazran being able to be away from everyone, basically. That's allowing this to happen for us. Wow, I forgot. I'm looking at these old posts of mine. Folks, there was a time when Idle Champions first came out, for months and months and months, that there was no pity timer for gold event chests. Yeah, I forgot about that. Wow. 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 All right, why Tess in the front rather than Karlach? Because Karlach buffs her column and the column behind her. So she wouldn't be able to buff Kazran. And if I move Tess to where Karlach is, I lose that buff. And then if I move Valentine, if I swap Valentine and Karlach, then I don't get Tess's buff because Tess only buffs behind. So the only way I can get Tess's buff and Karlach's buff is, well, I guess yeah. Because the issue is like if I, yeah, I can't put to get Valentine, because we're using Valentine, it's just not gonna work. We got Shrek'd there. Wow. And we got totally Shrek'd there. Can I stun? It's slowing movement. This is a stun. Oh, okay. Stun helped. But yeah, I mean, you know, if I was using someone other than Valentine, well, but even like if so Valentine went up here and then Karlach went back, that would buff the call, but then that doesn't get rid of this. And so then if I put Karlach up here, Valentine has to be here. But then Tess can't be up here. Then Tess isn't buffing. Like it's just a we want Tess in this spot. It's important to have Tess in this spot for maximum Uggy damage. You know, the reality is could we be using someone other than Karlach? We could. And we could then move Tess back and maybe a different buffer here. Like we could put in like a Dragon Bait. Have Dragon Bait buff up front. But and we might have to. I don't know, we'll find out. We got 30 areas to go. Miria is buffing the DPS. Oh, what you talking about? Miria is buffing Valentine, so thus is buffing the DPS. Remember, Valentine's passing all of the buffs she's receiving on to Kazran. So. That's Valentine's thing is that every positional that hits Valentine goes to everyone with a DPS roll. So you don't have to hit the DPS with them. But yeah, no, I mean Dragon Bait may go in, but only if this fails. I want to be very clear. I don't change a formation unless it fails. And does Kazran need to be away from everyone? For some reason it makes the Uggy buff bigger. For some reason it makes the Uggy buff bigger. It's a little confusing to me, but it is what it is. I will accept that that's how it works. So you don't really want a situation where she's surrounded. You want as few as people as possible adjacent to Kazran. So that's just what you have to remember. Yeah, Uggy buff's non-adjacent, and thus the more people Uggy's buff is hitting, the bigger the buff she gets. No, we got Shrek again. Okay. What the heck happened there? I don't know. I don't know. We're just getting destroyed by King of Shadows. We don't have the healing. Get all of our cooldowns back, and we will try this again. Oh, I forgot one of the cooldowns. Whoops. Well, we got it. All right, we did it. There's our first Tier 4 completion on this account. Oh, and our favor went up. Oh my god. Yeah, because we've never gone this far before. I'm not favor farming here, though.
Now I'm feeling so fly, like a lizard, like a lizard, like a lizard. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a lizard, like a lizard, like a lizard. Now I'm feeling so fly, like a lizard.
Nice. Think of the lizard, Delcoon. Broom's first Tier 3 completion for the week. Nice. Okay, we're gonna knock this out real quick. So I've got millions we can do. Oh no. Oh no. We don't have all of our people. We lost our tanks. The game said no tanks. That's gonna be garbage situation. I'll do this. And maybe this. I don't know. This isn't a good, but we only have to go 425 areas, so it'll be fine. Not too scared. Not too scared. Okay. Oh, first tier 3? Oh, for me. Yeah, no, we did tier 3, but it's also the first tier 4 ever. Like, we've never completed a tier 4 variant, so. But yeah, that was another. Well, now we've got 3 tier 3s. We'll do Eric after this. It doesn't mean I also got one of the Binwin's feats. It's just not the good one, unfortunately. It's an okay one. It's a situationally good one, but it's not the good one. I didn't get a tier 4 last week. I got the tier 3s. We didn't do any of the tier 4s. No check marks through here. No check marks through here. I thought we might be able to, and that we might come back. Like this one. Now that, well, I don't know. It's because of the formation layout's different, but we'll try towards the end of the event. We'll try. See if we can get some more tier 4 variant ones done. The boons get bigger the more of the same tier you hit, or is it just for the first time you hit? So boons are for cash. Boons are for cash. So the more stuff you buy from the shop, the more boon XP you get, and the higher the boon level you get. The buffs, the tier buffs, it's just once you unlock it, they're there. So these are the ones I have. So I have up through tier 3. They are what they are. They're not changing. I've earned them. Whenever I put these 3 champions in, they will get this. Same over here. This was our first event. We only completed tier 2, so we have 2 of the buffs. Those don't change. The boons are about cash. The boons are only about cash. So yeah. The 1400? No, I don't have the power to go to 1400. 320s is the highest we've done so far. 1400 requires E376. That's a ways off. Are those global buffs and permanent? They're global in the sense that, yeah, it doesn't matter what party they're in. They're not permanent. They wear off. It says down here, time remaining, 17 days, 21 hours for this one, 52 days, 21 hours for this one. You get 60 days from the time the event starts, and then the buffs that you earn in the event wear off. And the boons are only while the event is active. But yeah, that's all. All the information is here. It's so that, you know, when the buffs are going to help you during the event and for a short period of time after that with those champions. They make them, they encourage you to use them. So you'll go out and you'll use these new champions. But then also later on, when you have all the champions and you've tier 4'd all the champions, like you don't have anyone to flex, you'll choose your flex champions based off what buffs you want active for the next 60 days, right? They experimented with a thing that allowed the boon to last until the next event. I thought that was a good idea. They apparently did not, or else they'd have done it again or made it permanent. I thought that was a bit of a no-brainer, but what do I know? Apparently not much. 42,000 gems is what we're at. Let's go open our new chests for Binwin. Self-damage. God dang it, Binwin. We got lucky and got another epic, and it's not... We need extra damage. Disappointing. That's disappointing. Miles asked, from where do you get the information how much DPS is needed for the tiers to complete them? From my guides. Every champion guide has a little box down beneath, above the variant explanations that, and beneath the tier rewards, that says first variant, second variant, third variant, and then across the top, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and then it has the E values of damage needed. And it's basically just a read of the area-based monster health in an event for that level. So that's all we're looking at. It just gives you a rough target to shoot for. You can be a little lower than that, but you can't be way lower than that, right? No need to apologize for anything. Yeah, it's a static value because all the events have the same health scaling. So I just have that in all of the champion guides. Your numbers are a little off than mine. Of Bexel, I have E269 and E429, but yeah, I mean, again, like I said, around there. Close enough. Close enough for government work, and that's good enough for... Wait, no. Nowadays, government work's way off. I probably shouldn't use that line. Hey, I finished 1,200 on my main account. With that. Yeah, I think I'm using the actual boss XP. That must be what I did. I must have added 2. Basically, 2 orders of magnitude for the bosses. That's probably what I added. Okay, so I am done on the main account, but I haven't flexed anybody this event. I haven't flexed anybody this event. Trials runs over. All right, that account's getting closed. But I'm just turning it off for now. Not closed. Not closed. That's different. I need an emoji which takes notes. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have any like animated emotes here. But yeah, I think what I did is I looked at this value at the bottom left, area-based monster health, and then I added 2 orders of magnitude because that's usually what bosses add. What do we need to do? We need to unlock Eric next after this run. 100 more areas, and we got this. Looks like only one person has done day 2 though so far, but I mean it's only been a few hours. So. Only been a few hours. Vampire Survivors posted a 2025 wrap up. Announcing Vampire Crawlers, the interesting looking. They call it a turbo wild card. Whatever that is. A turn-based deck builder with roguelite elements. That's coming, and then Warhammer Survivors. They haven't announced the release date on Vampire Crawlers. Sometime 2026 for Warhammer Survivors. There's going to be a Vampire Survivors 1.15 coming in 2026. Interesting to see kind of what they're working on. Rust buff gets bigger with gold find? Yes. So he feeds his own buff. He's better when you have a lot of favor. But he does feed his own buff. If I'm at E212 at down 50, there's a shot at 1,000? Oh, I don't know. I can't say that. I don't know. Is that... Thousands E269 in an event? So... yeah, I don't know. All right, got my rundown. Let's get back into Winter Shield. We want... what do we want? Eric. When do we want him? Now. What do we want? Eric. When do we want him? Now. It's our start group. And there we go. There we go. And we got him. All right. We've recruited Eric. Gold Find team is instantly way better than it was before. Way better. All right. The Wrath of Avenger. Eric starts information. You can remove but not removed. At the start of each boss area, Avenger arrives in his nightmares. Additional bosses must be defeated. Only as champions with an age of 20 or younger, have an ability score of 70 or less, or have the Gold Find roll. God dang it. Do you have another take? No, I don't. No, I don't. Quit lying. Quit lying. Okay. What do we got? I mean, we're kind of... Does the fallbacks team all work? It does not. Kazran's too old. So we would want the Cathris instead. Hey, Lazel's... What? No. Why is Kazran not allowed when Lazel isn't? Oh, it's the stats. Her stats are too big. God dang it. That's the problem. Okay. That's the problem. Well, that's frustrating. Ideally, I think we'd want this. We really want him back here somewhere. You really don't want him up there. Come on. Diana. Rust. This is the worst. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this. Time to use Dungeon Master. No. I don't even have him. It's not bad. Oh no. Look at Jason. Let's do that one. He gets so many levels. Let's just do this. All right. Eric needs some feats. Oh, geez. No. Sure, sure. Let's give some health to people. There we go. Nope, we can only have 3 at the moment. All right. We can get him some better gear now. Give me those greens. Greens. Need my greens. Show me that salad. No. Oh, wow. Dang it. Dupe the same item. There we go. Oh, did we get full greens off of that? I think we might have. We did. Just off the silver is perfect. Save all my electrons. Here we go from the golds. And we got a blue out of that. Duped a blue too. What's his traits? I mean, that's fine. Here's his health. That's what we really needed. Oh, actually, Cavalier's Coat is where we wanted the gold. I don't know what I'm thinking. That's the item. I forgot he had a gold find item, but of course he does. And that's the good one. That's the one we would have wanted. And that's fine. Bobby in front of Eric. It's a cartoon all over again. Yeah. Their creative description last year. Yeah, it was good. Yeah. So, you know, we'd like to get 1,000 here, but that means an E269 DPS. And I mean, we're in the E230s already. So there's a chance. Because we're not ramping yet. And we could throw, I don't know, no, okay. We could throw a tank in. We could throw a tank in. Diana, look, to be fair, Diana's got a buff. Diana's giving us an E12. I don't know why her speed isn't capped. Oh, because she doesn't have Will Be Right Back in over here for some reason. Okay. Now we lost. Now it's an E11 buff, but that's fine. I know this is Wrath. So yeah, I mean, we could swap somebody in with, like, Freely would be better than Diana, but honestly, Egbert would be better than Diana. We just want the speed out of Diana for as long as possible. Okay, if we go here. Oh, wow. Thanks for screwing me over there, Egbert. I was just saying good things about you. That was rude. He'd give us survivability in a bleak world. He's not giving, yeah, it's unfortunately he's not giving us what we want. But the survivability is there at least. For when we need it. I mean, Yorvin can, yeah, Yorvin could come in. He'll still be a good buffer. They said you don't want Whittle with Benwin. She just kind of works against, like, so Whittle, again, you do whatever you want. But I need you to understand, if you put in Whittle with Benwin, you're either speeding Benwin up so that you get Whittle's buff, because Whittle only buffs, like, Whittle buffs and speeds up the same targets, right? Like, you can't pick one or the other. But if you then move Whittle away and only speed up other people, then you don't get the buff. Like, you're giving up Whittle's buff then. And I know it's not very big, but why not just use a better champion with a bigger buff? Like, I don't know. You do what you want, but there isn't a synergy there. Whittle and Strongheart do not synergize with Benwin. And this bug has been around since year one, day one. Where when you get to max level, sometimes it shows as, hey, it's fully golden, so you know you're at max. Sometimes it shows as empty, as if you could level it up more. And in this case, we've got most of them showing empty. One of those like low priority bugs that I guess they've never really cared about fixing. Wow. We get 2 Arms of Hadar. Oh no, Arms of Hadar is different. Never mind. Well, we get double tentacles. Put it that way. Double tentacles. Double tentacles? What does it mean? It means we're all dead. It means we're all dead. That's what it means. It means Hadar has arrived and we're all dead. $44,000 gems. We're working on Al Mirage. This guy. Al Mirage. I assure you he's not an actual Mirage. He's real. Yeah. Tentacle based, yeah. Multiple tentacle based. Well, I think Prudence tentacles or Prudence the like is Prudence is like Wardens? Where it's the magnet. Hey Shevik. Yeah, certain. Just the moving, the shuffling of the formation variants are just annoying in general. But because of that, I did get Human's achievement without trying on this account. Wow, that is lucky. Silent Wolf. What is it that he's... I don't understand his animation. So every now and then he'll hold his shield up and it'll glow, but I don't know why. Is he getting attacked by a ranged person? Is that what it's signifying? Is that he's sucking all the arrows to him? Or ranged and magic attacks to him? Gotta be. It's the only thing that would explain it. So where am I at? 3570 corrupted gem. Burn these. These can go to Human. 99. We're 99. There's 100. Human's at 100. That means I can go back to Eliwick. That was the plan, Dan. Yes. We can go back to dumping on Eliwick. Crazy. There we go. Nice. Nice. Binwin TLDR, he's in a much better place. He's up there in a solid place with like Farida. Potentially not as strong as like he definitely not as strong. It feels like he's not as strong as King of Shadows. Difficult to say on Kazran. I think Kazran requires 4 other champions, specific champions. Binwin is just like, give me your 9 strongest, buddy. Let's go. So I don't really like comparing the two of them. But yeah, he got a solid rework. Dad Thulu is the most fun dad. I would say it's the most fun Cthulhu. Because otherwise I don't know that Cthulhu is super fun. I remember one time, I think Luke did I think he shot me at like a rough look of what I think he did like a half my emote with the beard and then half of a Cthulhu tentacle thing once that he showed me, and I was like, yeah, it's like Cthulhu War. Yeah. Like you're crossing the streams. What you really want is the half like this. You want this half and then the bottom to be tentacles, and then you're really there. Right, almost to 500, and that means we're basically halfway there. Trying to shoot for the 1,000. Our damage is looking good so far. Like we just hit 240 right there. 269 is what we need. The question is going to be survivability, because we have no tank in this formation at the moment. Eric does not count. Oh, I can't stop yawning. I don't know why. Wait, do I have a... No. That's good. Like, check the CO2 meter in the room. Do we have a problem? No, we're good. That's real weird, Evelyn Preserve. Real weird. I'm waiting for my new insurance card. Because insurance costs skyrocketed. I had to switch insurance plans. So I'm waiting for the new card. So that I can, I don't know, go to the doctor, find out all of the things that are wrong with me. It's gonna be like going to the dentist. It's gonna be a list. It's gonna be a list. Yeah. No. And I've still got to deal with the dentist stuff, but I'm like, I got to deal with the doctor stuff too. I gotta, yeah. Feel hydrated. For the health system over there is bad. Well, it's expensive and it's annoying. That's the problem. Even when you have health insurance, it still costs you a lot of money, and it's like, great, thanks. Hold on, let's go to sound alerts. I want to see. Check for something. Why are you now making me log in every time I come up? Are those available? Not sure. All right. We want this. I wish they gave more information. Oh, God. Nope, I will have to do this later. Because there's no... They're not showing me the info on, like, how loud things are. It makes it real bad. Real bad. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to do that later.
All right, see you in 10 to 15 minutes. Looking right. Hey, 240s on damage. That's not bad. Oh, you know what I should have been doing the whole time was firing off Rust stupid ult. God dang. Forget about that. They're both doors with win in their name. Oh no, Shevik. I mean, look. She is in the event. She is a dwarf. You can put item levels on her. Both their names start with B and end with win. So, you know. Benwin has dwarf synergy, doesn't he? I mean, sort of, but there aren't enough dwarves. There aren't enough good dwarves to mean a whole lot. Like, if you're gonna do Benwin with some dwarves, then you really want as odd as it sounds, you want Will in there and try to build a folk hero around it, because let's get Will's folk hero going. But yeah, we did that earlier and it was okay. It came out to roughly the same damage as what I was doing with a normal party, with 1,000 item levels on Will. But if you have like 10,000 item levels on Will, then the folk hero is going to be the better play. If we had 100 good dwarven champions, I'm fairly sure Gar would say, no, it'd be fine. Look, if we could just build a formation, like a good all dwarf formation, I'd be content. Night Mouse. Snow-witted dwarves, snow and white dwarves, Snow White's dwarves. Is that where we're going? Autocorrect does not like it. Yeah, I mean, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 didn't have a main dwarven character, so there you go. Instead, you get a pair of tieflings, functionally. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls, I just can't. Give me a break. I'm not even super excited about Tolkien dwarves. They're Tolkien dwarves, but I don't know. Like MCDM like came out with their, you know, draw steel thing, and the last time I really paid any attention to it was when I saw them make a statement that their dwarves are basically made of stone and reproduced by molding stone into a new baby form, like, together. And I'm like, no,
That's rock elementals. You holes. I am not following this anymore. I don't know if they went through that, but they lost my interest at that point. Yeah, Warhammer dwarves are fun. D&D dwarves are fun. I'm not sure why I don't like token dwarves that much. I mean, I enjoyed the dwarven parts of Rings of Power the most, obviously, but I don't know. I think it's how they're presented in the movies. I don't know. I just think they made, like, you know, there were choices that got made that led them to where they are that aren't things that I like too much. Seriously think the love of tieflings is just how easy it is to cosplay with just a headpiece? Yeah. You just put the horns on. Oh, I'm a tiefling now. Okay, we need more power. Yeah, there's a couple well represented dwarves in the movies, but like overall, it's, I don't know. It's the whole, you know, they got so greedy that they brought about the downfall of their whole civilization that I just, that's not, the hashtag not my dwarves. To me, dwarves have a very strong sense of society. Yes, they like shiny things, but, and they will hoard them, but the most important thing in my mind, the thing that makes dwarves, that dwarves feel is the most important thing to hoard, is your family and friends, right? Like, I don't know. That's just the way other dwarves come across to me, and that's the dwarf I prefer. Warhammer 40k needs more dwarves. Well, that's what, I mean, again, I think that's just what, oh no, what's the, oops. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. That's what that is, I think. I think Deep Rock Galactic Survivor is the Warhammer 40k dwarves. They just went off on their own. They're out there mining the whole galaxy and don't care about the war anymore. I really think that's it. I think that's what's going on. Here we go. We're almost there. Got it. Got it, coach. That's Area 1000. 3 tiers of variant 3. All right. Next up, Prison Without Walls. X starts in the formation, can be moved or removed. Great. In area 126 or higher, no tanking champions other than Eric can be added to the formation. Any of their tanking champions are automatically removed. I hate you. I hate you. Did I mention I hate you? So on this one, they're like, hi, you don't get any tanks. I don't understand. Like, why? And we get a shambling mound. No tanks, and we're down 2 champions. Right. You can always use Eric as a tank. No, I can't. I actually can't in this one because it won't let me move him. It genuinely won't let me move him. He has to sit in the back. So this is just... This is bad. Across the board, it's bad. You know, the good news is we only need 2 E215 damage. The bad news is that we're not there. The bad news is bears. Wait, no. It wasn't a known hazard. There was a Balrog hanging out in there. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into this discussion. She does give Minsk a tanking role. Yes, she does. Why does nowhere in Tatiana's descriptions of abilities say she turns into a raging bear? She doesn't turn into a bear. She turns into some kind of beast, but yeah, it's one of her. Yeah, she just transforms. I can't remember. Yeah, I don't know. Welcome to Idle Champions, I guess. These names of people in jobs that fit them. When I was in high school in Oregon, the timber services, the National Forestry Services representative in Oregon who would be on the news, their name was Tim Burr. I kid you not. So whenever they had to have a Forestry Services representative talking about stuff going on in and around Oregon, Tim Burr was on TV. Yeah, it's a rage, but it's like I don't know. It has to do with the fact that it's like a whole dread domain thing. Like their stuff is all like Desmond transforms into a werewolf, and there's all this weird stuff. Like there's just it was a dark series, so that's what their rage looks like. We're going to have to figure out a much better formation here. But I guess not anytime soon. We'll go as far as we can. But this is just not great overall. Definitely going to want Yorvin. You might bring Nordham in. Oh no. Wow. Well, Ron says, love a variant teaching you the tanks are necessary and those slots could be more supports instead. Yeah. But it's like, God, what a horrible lesson. Like back in the day, here's the problem is this was even really, well, this was released pre-Events 2.0. So it was fine. It's one of those variants that are, I think it was released pre-Events 2.0. So it's one of those variants where tier 1 was all you had to do, so you didn't need tanks. It was fine. But now it's like, good lord. And what they want you to do is use his knockback ability. They want you to knock everybody away from the formation, but come on. El Simba asks, is it worth going up from 4 jump Briv to any other numbers before 9 jump? Yes. 7 and 8 are the good numbers. 7 is going to be the biggest boost that you just kind of see a huge boost. I saw about 50% more gems at 7. 8, you know, isn't as big. Going from 7 to 8 isn't as big, obviously, but 7 and 8 are big numbers. But you don't worry about 5 and 6. 5 and 6 are not great. We could run Kazran DPS, but it would be minus Anson. I mean, normally we'd love a Desmond here, right? But we can't because Eric's locked him. Eric's locked and loaded, and we can't switch it out. All right, there's tier 2 done. Oh, geez. Sean edited the Q&A for all the retirement sale stuff. January retirement, week 2. No, I should. Are there retirement sales going on right now? On sale. Kind of. Storm Giant Caddy Privateer Volo. The only pirate skin I don't own on my main. Mind Flayer Halson. Champion of Avernus Rhea. Bane's Chosen Gale. And Volo's Guide to Ceramorphosis Familiar and Feet Pack. Guess those are retiring. 50% off. Smoke them if you got them. Also, familiar packs that are 50% off. The Classic Beholder and Jack the Pumpkin Sprout. I don't know why I didn't. Oh, this is so this is week 2. This is January 20th on. So we're in week 1 right now. Starter packs for Bruno, Celeste, Nile, Jarlax, Lashara, Minsk, Dellen, and Makos are all going to be 50% off. Skin and Feet packs, Dwarf Glitch Caddy Bree, Dwarf Glitch Wolfguard, Dwarf Glitch Bundle Pack, Action Figure Melf, Chibi Spurt. Ooh, Chibi Spurt on sale next week, folks. Starting the 20th. Plushy Entreus also, that's a great one too. Our Aarakocra Glitch Orkira. Theme packs, Mythic Diana and Asimar Glitch Penelope. Week 3, starting the 27th. Starter packs for Hitch, Calliope, Tyrell, Jamila, Archon, and Force, and the Force Grey pack. Familiar packs of the Classic Demogorgon, the Classic Mimic, and the Classic Remoraz. All 50% off, all this stuff. Skin and Feet packs, High Harper Jahira, Classic Norden, Plushie Avandra. Ooh, more Plushie stuff. Plushie Nixie. Casual Karlach, Icewind Dale, Artemis. And the theme packs of Painted Turtle Grama, which is a pretty good skin. And Mind Flayer Gale, 50% off. So all of January, there's 50% off sales. Different things each week. Wonder if the Celeste code was stopped. No, it's a different thing. I believe it's a different thing, but I'm not sure. Maybe that's how they get rid of it. I don't know. Anyone's Minions is an annoying variant. Women's Golden Item Pack is not worth it, right? Are you talking about this one? You have the Lady Philia. Then no. You would want extra damage. You would want an extra damage golden, and that's not what this is. Yeah, 50% is usually pretty good sale. The retirement sales are usually pretty good sales. Pretty good. Pretty good. I now need to start up my main account and see if there's anything I'd already bought from the current sales that I could get claim free chests from. Nope, didn't think so. Okay. Yeah, sometimes sometimes these familiar packs will come with like a golden epic potion. So it's good to keep an eye out on those sales. Hey, we got 3 gold Eric chests. Come on. No. I want that epic for his gold find. They'll probably like, here, this will make him a better tank and give me the epic for the health item. I think I did that already, looking around. I don't know what you're talking, Lurking Rider. Lurking Rider's bad mouthing me in chat. How dare you? How dare you? More concerned now that the little gnome girl is tanking? I don't know what to tell you. I think we had Xander in the front line once for a variant, and putting him in the front line actually allowed us to complete the variant. And I was so upset. I remember this. This was a few years back. It was on the main account. I was like, no. I'm like, I don't know what else we're going to try here. And then I threw in Xander, and so mad. I was so mad. Okay. We need to draw back. We're kind of at the point now where you need to build a better formation. I don't know what that looks like, to be clear. But we need to build it. Because if we build it, they will... Wait. Hold on. No. We're not doing that. Oh, what was I going to try? I was going to try Kazran. Don't think... Is it? No, because she wants to be... She's going to want to be as far away from Eric as possible. Then we can't get Tess, and this just all gets bad real quick. Okay, so we're not doing Kazran. Yorvin. Maybe some Nordum. I have Rust. Duke Ravengard. Maybe like that. Maybe like this. This is the worst use of Valentine ever, but I don't know that I care. So we could do that. $47 stacks over here. Norm's a beef stick. All right. All right, we've got the damage we need now. We just gotta survive. That's gonna be the challenge. We just needed E215. This is enough damage to get us through variant 3, and we're on variant 2. So the damage is good. The tanking, there is no tanking. There is no tanking. They didn't allow us to have any tanking. They said no tanks. We're like, can we have some people, can we put some people in here that have a lot of health? And they said no tanks. Yeah, Onyx Binwin's variants are year 1 variants, which means they're very simple. Yeah. They're very simple. They didn't go through and like redo them for events 2.0. What's Nordum throwing down? Hold on. E18? I'll take it. I'll buy that for $1. Hey. Not the worst buff on our team. What is Hezru? It's just a Hezru. I don't know. Hezru is Hezru? Let me look up a Hezru and the D&D monsters. So a large demonic fiend, chaotic evil, serve as foot soldiers in the demonic hordes of the abyss. Although physically powerful, they are weak-minded, and Hezrus can easily be duped into sacrificing themselves by more powerful demons. They press their attacks in the heart of an enemy's forces. Their foul stench can sicken even the toughest foes. There you go. They're a Hezru. They're a funky looking. Yeah, they're a funky looking thing. They smell real bad. And the smell can poison people within 10 feet of them. That's how bad they smell. They make 3 attacks, 1 with their bite and 2 with their claw. I think Batezu are different. We have no, that's different. There it is. Batezu were the dominant race of devils in the Nine Hells, so very different. Fiends and devils, or demons and devils, whatever, different things. Yeah. Yeah, a little Jamie. Basically, they'll review it to see like if it's doable. As long as it's doable, they don't touch it because they did that work year 1. They don't, previously. They don't want to go in and spend the time doing it again. That's kind of the whole point. Is they're just building off work that they did before. And talk to Des, break up Sirens, the Realms affiliation. I mean, I would love it. Just get rid of it and free Horizon Brig for reworks. We know when we're gonna have another Dev Insights. They just said they're taking it week by week and they haven't figured out like locked in their full schedule yet for the new year. So apparently there's going to be without a hitch streams regularly because of course there is because they're pushing their new game, right? But yeah, I mean, they used to have a set weekly schedule, and now it seems more like it's, well, let's see. I haven't tried the new game yet because I don't know. It doesn't look like it's a game for me, but you know. Playtest is open. People want to go try it out. Apparently, you can play it solo. I guess I just don't like. Basically, my understanding is there is no point to the game. It's just go do fun things, and you know, with other people. Ideally, so by yourself, I don't know what. I mean, I guess there's a little bit of playtime there, but I don't know that there'd be a lot. Because there isn't like a story or... My understanding is there isn't a story or any kind of real thing that's like a narrative that's trying to... that you have to progress or anything. Like, it's just, hey, go have fun with your friends. Yeah, Sonata. Sonata says, I wish more game developers did Dev Insight style streams regularly. Yeah. I used to try to push, when I first started playing Idle Champions, I was kind of community lead on an indie fighting game, and I was like, man, I would send the person who was the community manager, but was really just a project manager that had no community management experience, that got stuck with the job alongside other things they had to do. I sent them like, hey, they do this Reddit Q&A, they do here they do this weekly like video stream. If we could at least do a weekly Q&A, and you know, they tried their hardest to convince the people in charge that it would be a good thing, but they just didn't. The people in charge just didn't care, really. So, I mean, that's ultimately what it came down to, is they didn't care. They're like, our time is too important for that. We don't care about stuff like that. And it's like, no. But yeah, it was in the early days, it wasn't even what we know as Dev Insights now. It was just the OG Idle Champions dev stream. So it was just Dylan. It was a 2-hour stream, and we'd have Dylan on his own for an hour, and for the other hour, there'd be one member from the team who would be answering questions pertinent to whatever they did the hour, and Dylan just trying to answer everything else. So, you know, early on it was a very different thing, and even that wasn't something I could get people to be interested in at the place I was currently working. Now, you know, when they switched it to literally, well, what they did is they changed it to 2 streams, which we don't even have one of those anymore. There was the interview stream that would interview a variety of different people. And then the second part of the stream was Dev Insights, and Dev Insights is the only thing that survived, and who knows if it'll continue to survive. Story may or may not be added later in development. That's not how you do stories. Sorry, but that's not how stories work. But whatever. They'll do whatever they want. It's their game studio and their game. Eleandra says, unless I misheard, Mars didn't indicate WoW as a friend slop game. Yeah. No, it's just kind of throw people together and play. And hilarity ensues. Is the hope, right? Idle Insights, that was what it was called. Yeah, Idle Insights was the interview show. 32 areas away. I'm not going to add more speed potions. We got the damage here. As long as we kill everything before it touches us, we're good. Hey, Vampire Lee. What? It's not. Tell me that's a joke. Tell me there's a /S that was supposed to be on the end of that. Wow, Yorvin coming up top DPS here. Showing the child how it's done. To prevent AI misuse. That's... Nah. Whatever. Can't just... I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be next. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Joey. It wasn't Joey. It was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then, wow, wow, wow. Problem is, the second you allow something like that to be copyrighted or trademarked or whatever, it just opens up. It's just a slippery slope, and then the next thing you know, you can't say like any. You have to be so careful around all the things you say. It's like before you get sued. Yeah, come on, give me a break. Oh, I could get sued for that because that was a Kit Kat slogan, right? I mean, that's trademarked. Oh, jeez. Kit Kat coming for my Twitch money. It sucks to be them. Sucks to be them. Well, you'd think so, Onyx, right? Like that used to be the thing, Disney just suing everyone, but then Disney approved like a deal with AI, a Gen AI company to make the Disney stuff with Gen AI. And it's like, well, there goes all your grounds, it feels like, for suing anyone for making stuff, because you're letting people just rip off all your characters and make content with them with Gen AI. Like, there goes your grounds. There goes all. It feels like there goes all your legal grounds for any future argument. Stupids. So I mean, if they want to destroy their legal foundation for their lawsuits, I'm down for that. But yeah. Yeah, Eliandris, I mean, it is like just run around your neighborhood and create imaginative play. Like a video game is just creating a space that you can go do what you want in it. But it's like, but there's tons of that. Like early MMOs that were sandbox MMOs, that's what it was. You were just your character was existing in that world, and you went out and made your fun wherever you could find it. And a lot of that got destroyed by games like World of Warcraft that were on rails experiences where you couldn't just go create your own fun in the same way. It wasn't just everything about this game is about you making your own experience. That all just kind of went away. And now we're seeing some of it come back a little bit, but not in the same way. There it goes. There's 800. All right. All we have left is tier 1. Cavalier! Only changes the front 2 columns and the back column can deal damage. Great, whatever. I mean, this won't be a problem. 600 areas is all we're going. We're not doing that. Well, with Eric in the formation, it makes it rough. I mean, there's the potential that we could run this 1200 areas. We will find that out tomorrow, though. We will find that out tomorrow. On tomorrow's edition of Idle Chatter. But so far, so good. So far, so good. We're full 3 stars here. We should 3-star Eric. There's no reason why we can't 3-star Eric. Yeah. Yeah. So tomorrow, again, no dev insights, so we've got our full stream time. Yeah. Full stream time. Since we were talking about some Dune earlier, I think we're gonna go raid a Dune streamer. We never raided this person before. But when I'm looking to play Dune, I do watch their stream. They are a more mature stream, NSFW at times. So be aware of that, but be kind. Rep us well. And I will see you all tomorrow. Gotta hit the button. Bye, everybody.